If you agree with the proposal, we can wait a few additional minutes in order to have more participants in the meeting. Okay, I think we can start now. Maybe we start with a quick tour de table in order to introduce ourselves. My name is Marco Clerici. I'm working in JRC at the European Commission. So this is the Joint Research Center of the European Commission. And together with the colleagues, you will now also see, we are working in GMS and Africa on the East Asian development. So I can give the floor now to Vijay, also to introduce himself. He's also going to one of the speaker. Please, Vijay.
Hi, I'm Vijay Charan. I'm working with Marco on the development of East Asian software, which is part of the GMS and Africa project. And yeah, I take care of the backend development, and also I give the training for the maintenance. And today I'm going to take most of your day in the afternoon to cover some of the important topics on the maintenance, and also tomorrow. So thanks, Marco, and welcome everyone.
Yeah, thanks, Vijay. So we can go with a long web list. I see here of participants. So Perpetua, would you like to introduce yourself? Maybe just saying also the institution you are working with.
My name is Perpetua from University of Dar es Salaam. I'm an IT person.
University of?
From University of Dar es Salaam, School of Fisheries Technology and Aquatic Sciences.
Okay, thanks a lot. Then I see Vasu Hamed.
Yes, I'm from Nigeria. I work with the African Regional Center for Space Science and Technology Education in English.
Thanks a lot, Ahmed. Then I see Asi Faram. Asi, can you hear me? Would you just quickly, briefly introduce yourself and your institution? Okay, so
Good morning.
Yeah, please.
My name is Osama Sharif. I am Tunisian. I work as a network administrator in the National Center for Cartography and Remote Sensing. I have lived in Tunis for 15 years. Thanks for this training.
Thank you very much. So I think Karel Kruger, you can just say a few words.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Karel. I am a senior researcher at the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research in South Africa, or CSIR.
CSIR, thank you very much. Then I see CNCT. Which I think is an acronym for the institution. CNCT, would you like to say a few words? So that's actually the list. Do you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So that's the list I'm going through. You see here the name of the participants.
No. We see just the training starting now slide, but not really any list.
Okay, so that's gonna be shared. Okay, so I think we move on to Yuma.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I am Juma Jallo from the Gambia. I work with the Ministry of Fisheries and Water Resources. I serve as the IT officer at the ministry and also the Mesa system admin. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juma. Then Nagla.
Everyone. I'm from Egypt as a member of NAFCOST project led by National Authority for Remote Sensing and Space Sciences, Egypt. Thank you for the course.
Thank you very much. And then Yassin. Yassin Tunsi. Yassin, you there? Would you like to just, I think it's muted. I see muted your connection, your contact. Okay, So no problem. We are now, starting the training. The number of participants is a bit low with respect to our expectation. I don't know, because we have 42 people actually answering the survey on on the status of the station also, but there was a survey shared by African Union Commission just before this training, and I expected much more participants basing on the number of people who answered the survey. So I don't know if Amdi, you still there? I don't know if you can assist us in deciding if we can start, or you think it's better to wait a bit longer to wait for additional people to join. Someone maybe might have problems in joining.
Well, I think when I contacted Meshach, he said he's going to double check whether there are some participants who need any assistance. He didn't get back to me. So I think it is up to you to decide, but since it is 11:14 minutes, I would suggest that you start the training. It is recorded anyway, so in case there is anybody late, he can go back to the recording. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Amdi. I think it's a good proposal, so we start it, and we have some room in any case at the end of the day to maybe come back to some of the topics if someone couldn't be here now in the beginning of the training. So I'm going to just present you what is the organization of the training. And please don't hesitate to jump in and also to interrupt in case you have some questions, because we really want to address your needs, the needs, the problems you might have on your stations, and therefore just raise your hand or also intervene directly if you have a question after each of the presented topics, including this agenda we are now going to review. As for the language, I'm going to, and Vijay also, we're going to do everything in English, but we can take and answer questions in French. So if you have any specific question want to raise in French, it's fine as well. So as you see, the training is organized in 3 days. Today, we start with a general introduction on the Mesa station. And the goal of today actually is to show the system how it is when everything is working. So you're gonna to hear today about the Mesa station functionalities, what is the goal, what are all the features of the system when it works without any trouble, without any issue. So really the nominal state of the system. That could help also you in doing some diagnostic troubleshoot, in identifying some possible issues you have on the system. Tomorrow, we are going to pass to the installation of the system. How do you install or reinstall a Mesa station? And in the afternoon, also on how you do an upgrade of the system. And we are also going to execute an upgrade ourselves because we have recently produced a newer release of the station with some modification, not really major changes, but some updates in order to be able to receive data. In some cases, some data sets now are distributed under different URL. So that's what we will see in this new version. And on day 3, on Wednesday, we're going to see look at the help desk in the morning. So how it is organized, the user support, who you have to contact in the first place when there is an issue in the stations. How do you do some diagnostic on the station? The troubleshooting, and we continue on the troubleshooting in the afternoon. So please don't hesitate, especially in day 3. to ask a question and to explain what might be the issues you have now currently on the system, because it is really meant to address your specific needs. So normally in past session, what you find also in the DLP, you have some generic cases. What you want to do now is really to go to real cases you might have on your stations. So this is the organization of the training on 3 days, and 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon. So we decided to keep it very short and somehow light, in order to let you time to let you having some time to look also at your system. There are some exercises that are prepared for you, and you can execute them. And then there is some time for 1 hour, say at the end of the day, for discussion and a question and answer and open discussions. So is there any question on this agenda, and also maybe some suggestion for changes, amendments? Okay, I think the agenda is okay, so we can start. Another point is that where you do find the material of the training. So it is in 2 places, exactly the same material. It is both on the DLP, so the platform of the African Union Commission. So you should be among these 107 students enrolled to this training. And you can find all the material here. We created also a backup copy in Classroom, but we really encourage you to look first at the material on the DLP platform, and also go through it if you like on this platform. Good. So I'm going to start now with the main presentation on the Mesa station. I will touch this overall architecture point first. Then Simona from UMETSAT will present the data reception, so what happens on PC1. Then we move to the software of a station 2.0, which is on PC2 and PC3. Then we will see the functionality of communication among the 3 different computers, the UPS, and then at the end of the day, we discuss about the recovery mode, which is a specific feature when one of the to enter a mode to activate when one of the computer is broken. And you can see here, and maybe you may also open it directly immediately, this form for with some question. I can also present it briefly. So let you see what it is. Okay, this is something we prepared, and there is one survey for each day. So we start with that one, which corresponds to the link you see in the presentation. So here we ask you first to provide some indications on the institutions, on your name, the contact person, on the consortium you belong to. Something which is also very important is the identification of the station you have received. And then in the comments, okay, that's required, but okay, you will be able to go through it and see the different question. Okay, really needs some answer to go on. But basically this is has 2 main goals, this survey. One is to propose you some exercises in order to verify your understanding of the station and of the presentations we do. And the other goal is to collect some information on your station. So that's why it's important that you also provide this identification of a station, this identifier, so that we can really know better what's the station of a specific status of a specific stations we have on the field. So you can indeed go to that presentation when you like.
Matthew, can we ask the participant if they can access the materials and the DLP platform so that so that they can also access the presentation?
Yeah.
So I already wrote them in the message, but yeah, if you can just.
Indeed, yeah. So we can indeed use the chat to communicate, the Zoom chat. So PJ and myself will be here for presentation and assistance for the 3 days. Jurian is also somehow attending. And yeah, Jurian, would you introduce yourself as well? Sorry for forgetting you before.
No worries. I'm Jurian van Klooster. I am one of the of the E-Station since the beginning of the projects. Yeah, that's it.
Thanks a lot, Jurian. So Jurian was more in charge of the front end of a user interface, Vijay more on the back end, on the Python part and the services. Since we are 3 people here, one of us is going to present, myself in the beginning, then Vijay. And we can also use the chat for communicating. So don't hesitate also to write questions for clarification in the chat. Someone is going to be there in order to answer the questions. Has anyone troubles in accessing the material? So what is important now is the presentation itself, but also in particular this form here for providing the answer. Is fine with everyone? Has anyone any issue on in accessing the material? Okay, I take it as a no. So I hope it's fine with everyone to open the presentation and the form, the survey as well. So we start now with the overall architecture of the station. So here it is, what you have received under Mesa, some of them, and under GMSN Africa, because you know that there was in the Mesa project the deployment of more than 100 Mesa 2015 stations, and now additional 12 stations in the GMSN Africa phase. So that's the system. There is an outdoor equipment with an antenna, a feed or LNB that is connected to a cable, a coaxial cable to PC1, and this ensures the reception of the data arriving through UMETcast, the broadcasting system of UMETSAT, and PC1 has actually, it does host some software from UMETSAT for treating the DVB data flow and converting into files, into images that are made available to PC2 and PC3. So the indoor equipment is composed by a PC1 for the UMETcast software, a PC2 for the processing, and a PC3 for the visualization. So that's another way to look at the system more from an hardware point of view. So you see here the model of the different components. There is a switch or router with 8 ports that connects the UPS and the 3 computers. And so it does allow the computer to see each other and to exchange data and information. So it's exactly the same thing as we have seen before, but say more from an hardware point of view. Then here there is a video. You will see that in the presentation of today, but also the coming days, there is a number, I think almost 30 short videos that we uploaded in YouTube. And they were meant to facilitate this type of training when there was no possibility to share screen and to access, to go directly to the station themselves. So we are not going to play all of these videos, but they are there as a resource for you to go there also offline and to see some specific operation like replacing an hard disk that you can perform on the station. So this is just, maybe I can go to it. That's so that you can also tell me what's the quality of the, oops, sorry for that. This comes with some ads on YouTube, so maybe it was better to play it. So let me try it again. Okay. So that you can tell me something about the quality of a video when they are presented in this way. So, and you see also how these videos are done. So there is no voiceover, there are some text and they are both in English and French. We have a collection of them. And actually this is my office. So next to my desk, there is this other desk with the computers. You see the 3 computers and the screen. This is the switch for connecting them and the cable, which is coming from the antenna on the roof of the building here. And okay, here is the connection of the here, where the RF cable enters PC1. And that's one is the USB dongle. This is necessary for telecast to work. This part on PC1 is going to be presented directly by Umetsat and by Simona. So as a JSC person, I'm not really an expert on that one. I know the basics. So Simona will enter much more the details. But say that that's PC1, and indeed this is a DVB PC card within the computer. And there is the connection with the cable coming from the antenna. So here you see 2 important components, the USB, where there is the license for telecast, and the cable. And it's really important they are connected to PC1 in order to allow the data processing to take place on PC1. And also, if PC1 is broken and you have to move to PC2 to perform the data processing there, you have to move these 2 components to PC2. This is also going to be explained in the continuation of the training. So these videos, indeed, you can open them and play them by yourself, obviously. So if the quality is not okay, it's a bit moving, but if the quality is not ideal on this connection, you can indeed maybe have a better quality by opening themselves. So you see here the software of Telecast open on PC1. Also, we are going to touch this part in the sessions managed by Simona, which comes after this presentation session. So this is just a brief introduction, but you will see this part in detail in the continuation. And this is a dashboard that Thales Alenia prepared on each of the 3 computers to see the status of the services. So it's just an overview of the full system, PC1, PC2, and PC3, with the services that are activated in green, and in red here, the DVB, which is not working. So that's expected to be up, but in this specific moment, it was down. So this is also very important to go to this dashboard in order to look at the status of the overall system, especially when there is something which is not okay. So that's PC2. That's the user interface of the eStation software. Is very similar on PC2 and PC3, but with some differences, because PC2 does the data processing and PC3 does the data visualization. So two complementary activities. That's PC2 with a label, identifier of the station. That's you see there are two dashboards. One is the dashboard that was implemented by Telespazio, we saw on PC1, and it does refer to all the services on the PC1, PC2, and PC3. And then on PC2 and PC3 only, there is the eStation dashboard, which is limited to the functionalities of the eStation. But also here you see the different DVB is stopped. You can see also there was not activated at this moment, so the data couldn't be received. And then if we move to PC3, that's the UPS. We're going to go to the UPS also afterwards. I think you know what it is for. Is to supply power to the computers and the monitor when there is a power cut and interruption in the power supply in your offices. And that's the PC3. And you see that on PC3 here, the analysis computer, only this service is working, all the rest is stopped. But okay, that's a bit more detail. We're going to enter this level of description afterwards. Now we see only what are the main feature of each of them, and there you were able to see for a moment the visualization. Good. So here there is another representation of the Mesa or GMS in Africa station with the Lan configuration. So what you see here are the IPs or the default IPs that you find for PC1, PC2, PC3, and the UPS after the installation. So these IPs can be changed when you do a connection of different elements to your LAN in order to make them reachable and visible from other computers you might want to connect to the Mesa station or GMS and Africa station. The UPS is also in the same LAN because it has to communicate with the computer to switch them off. When you have a power cut, the UPS will keep everything alive for a few minutes, but then it's going to switch off some elements in order to save some power, some battery here, and it will ensure especially that the PC1 computer is going to work as long as possible, because PC1 is receiving data, and what is essential is that PC1 continues receiving data for as long as possible. So this connection and the fact that UPS is part of the LAN is important for controlling the switch off of the computers in case of a power cut. Okay, I'm not going to enter this video, but it's still very similarly, there is an overview of the LAN in our office here at JSC. And here we go back to the connection of a UPS. So UPS has a number of plugs on his on the rear side of this frame, and you see that there are three groups: group 1, group 2, and group 3. Group 1 is connected to the PC2, group 2 to PC3, and group 3 to PC1, and to the Ethernet switch. And after 240 seconds, PC2 is switched off, both computer and the terminal, the display. Then after 5 minutes, so this is 4 minutes, after 5, PC3 is switched off, while PC1 is going to be kept operating as much as possible, which depends on really the absorption of the machine, of the power, say the energy in the UPS at the time of the power cut. So that's a bit the idea, really, to keep alive PC1 as long as possible, because here the data coming from the antenna are stored, made available for PC2 and PC3. And if it does continue operating, it can store information, then are transferred to PC2 after the power is back. So if you have any question on these parts and on any part, don't hesitate to intervene, or also to write in the chat. Okay, here another visualization. Okay, I see something in the chat. Okay, thanks. Another way to look at the system is the data flow. So how is the data flow in between the different elements? We have seen already that the antenna is connected to PC1. So the UMetcast DVB signal is reaching PC1. There are some services here converting this signal into files in the file system, and these files are then pulled actually by PC2 on the Pc2 disk. But when your station is connected to the internet, you can also pull data from the internet. So you know that there are data providers that make available their data sets on some location or at some URLs, and PC2 is capable of pulling this data from the data provider. So basically the PC2, and we will have a look at that, is receiving data both from the antenna and from the internet. So there are two sources of data in order to complement actually them, and to receive some data sets from the antenna, which is always there. And when there is also an internet connection, you can have backup sources for what is coming from the antenna, but also pull to the system, into the system, some additional data sets. So PC2 does also what is called the processing. So there is a pre-processing, which is a formatting of the data that are all in different formats. And real processing also derives from the incoming data some additional indicators, which is normally anomaly indicators, so that you can see anomaly in precipitations, in fire, in the vegetation indicators, and so on. Sorry, okay. So this processing then makes available data sets to the PC3, which does only save the visualization. So data that are generated on PC2 are pushed to PC3 through rsync. I think some of you are familiar with the rsync application. And there is a configuration of rsync on the Mesa station and GMS and Africa station in order to continuously mirror what is created, retrieved or created on PC2 to the PC3. And so that's really basically the data flow that exists, that happen on the station. I see a question. So is it possible to use a KVM switch for screen, mouse, and keyboard instead of having 3 of them separate sets? I think is so. I think there is no problem for that. Then, yeah, please.
Sorry, I can answer. Yeah, we have here at UMSAT, but we are not sharing the same screen because also for you, I think it's hard to visualize in the same monitor also images, also to see other things. But we share via KVM, we share the mouse and the keyboard. This is true. And then via KVM, we go to each screen, each monitor, yeah, if you like. So it's possible.
Thanks a lot, Simona, for your intervention. Then I see another question on assuming from Ahmed, assuming there is a problem with the DVB card in PC1, which indicates red in the dashboard, like in the picture we have seen, and data cannot be received, what do we do? Yeah, now we are gonna, in the second part, 1.2 on the data reception, Simona is going to describe a bit better how actually is working the DVB service on PC1. Because in that case could simply be that the services, the services on computer, you can switch them on and off. So maybe it's just off in that case, so you have just to switch it on. But otherwise, we are going to look at this, see that in the continuation. So just after this general introduction, because you are going to touch the 3 main services existing on a PC1. So we'll see how you do check their status, how you do switch them on and off. And when you have a problem in data reception on PC1, can be really a number of things. So can be, for instance, we have seen in the past LMB, due to some lightnings, maybe was really faulty, was broken, completely broken. So really no any signal was transmitted to PC1. Maybe it's a problem with the cable. We saw in the past also this, that some cables were interrupted. Can be a problem with the DVB card here, can be a software problem, can be the quality of a signal which is not good enough in order to convert the signal into data. So there is really a variety of different situations. Simona is going to address some of these cases. So it's not only the DVB, it's really all the PC1 services and the data reception. So yeah.
Sorry, if I can add something in addition to what you said.
Please.
I'm interesting. I mean, you have to know if your station has been migrated by Telespazio or by your institution in 2018. So that it was one of the questions in the survey to tell us the Mesa station identification number, because we have a lot of reports about Mesa and Puma station where we can see, okay, is related to that time if the station was migrated by them, by the Telespazio, to the new Eutelsat satellite. So if your antenna is not pointing correctly, it could be also another reason why your DVB card is not working properly. You do not get the signal.
Yeah, Yeah, thanks, Simona. Indeed, okay, now in the audience we have people that just received a station, so that does not apply, because indeed the new deployment, the most recent supply contract, the station was freshly installed. But in the past there was in 2018 also this migration, so this could be also a reason. Yeah, thanks, Simona. And then I see another question from CNCT. In Tunisia, I don't have an internet connection. If it is not strictly necessary, is an additional feature which might be important because you get additional data sets. You can also download the missing data from our server. So if you had a problem on the reception for a week, say, then you have a gap in our time series, in your time series, and you can fill this gap through pulling the data through the internet. So it is not strictly necessary, but I think it is a very important benefit for the station and for the analysis you can do there if you have this connection. Very good. So that slides conclude my initial introduction, just really the basic concepts of a station, how it is configured and what does in terms of data flow. So now I would like to give the floor to Simona for the part on the PC1, antenna, LNB and PC1. Simona, do you prefer me to continue playing the presentation or to share your own screen?
Marco, if you could do that for me, because I know with Zoom, sometimes I have problem also with the microphone when I share, when I do something. So when I stop, yeah, and if you could do for me, it's much better. Thank you very much.
So please, floor is yours.
Yeah. I'll just start. Thank you. Once again, good morning to everyone. My name is Simona Wancea from Mesa. I'm involved in the Puma Mesa station related to the PC1, in fact, software integration. And I will show you during the next slides what means data reception on PC1. So some theoretical stuff, but also some practical stuff, which are shown on the videos. So related to UMedCast Africa, there are also, Marco had a slide before, there are outdoor things and indoor things. So this means to have data on PC1 or even on PC2 on your station, it is in degraded mode. Everything should work from antenna, LNB, cable, and DVB receiver. Just to mention some, in addition, perhaps because also you know, currently it is a new ISO 135 version, and inside it is integrated UMedCast terrestrial, yeah, but also, which means you really need a very good connection to a research network. There are few cases in Africa, in South Africa, and also I think somewhere in Kenya, or if I'm not wrong, where the people, the end user, try to set up a UMedCast terrestrial station. What means you don't need to have another PC, PC1 or PC2, nothing like that. You need only a very good connection to the network research. And you will not take care, in that case, you will not have, you don't need the antenna, anything to antenna, LNB, something like that. Yeah, this is something else. So on the same machine, you can have either UMedCast Africa satellite, yeah, with antenna, blah, 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 or either, or UMedCast terrestrial. You cannot have both of them, only one. Now, I'm speaking about because most of the Mesa station, Puma Mesa station in Africa, are using the UMedcast Africa, so UMedcast satellite. So what means outdoor? You need an antenna pointed to the right satellite. In your case, since 2018, it is Eutelsat 8 West is called by that. And then you have some parameters where the antenna could be very well, I say, set. But this must be done by a local satellite expert, which needs tools like a signal analyzer. You need to check if the cable are feeding the DVB receiver and so on. In terms of antenna size, this is very important for you because it depends on where the station is located. When I said station located, it doesn't mean where is the PC1, okay, or PC2 is located, where the antenna is located, geographical location. So at least for some end user, it would be minimum 2.4 meter, or for some end user like in, I think Mauricio, somewhere in at the edge of the footprint, you see the footprint on the left bottom side. So you need a bigger antenna. So, and once the bigger antenna is better than, I mean, it gives you a better signal and so on. You'll see there are some parameters like the frequency, like the symbol rate. Okay, I cannot see. And then you see the polarization. So the UMedcast Africa broadcast is received at the antenna LMB front and then is down converted into LM band signal. The LM band signal then is routed via a coaxial cable which act as an input to the DVB receiver. We'll speak later about which kind of DVB receiver you have. If you have a new station, I think deployed in this year in April or something like that, then most probably you have a new type of the DVB receiver. So in Africa, its use is made of C-band frequency for UMedcast of the UMedcast services. So the longer wavelength is less affected by the weather and especially by the intensive rainfall over the tropical region. So due to the longer wavelength, also a larger antenna is required. So that is the reason you need bigger antenna. To determine the suitable antenna size for your location, if you need this, you have to check the satellite footprint. This satellite footprint, it is a screenshot taken from the, it is called TD15 document, and it is uploaded on our website, yeah, at UMESAT website. Recently, even the C-band is significantly less susceptible to rainfall, but they might be affected by local interference from airport radar, television, and recently with this wireless network 5G. In this case, you need to install a bandpass filter between FIT-horn and the LMB, which proved to eliminate the interference depending on the signal strength and frequency range. So this is one of the cases on sometime you might have on the dashboard, for example, green, but you don't receive anything because in fact, the DVB card inside is set to receive some IP data traffic, which is specific for the UMedcast Africa. So you don't receive this, you receive something else, which which the DVB receiver cannot decode, cannot do anything. You will see later on the video what means what IP data traffic you can look for on the command line as an output when you get there and see this. If you have question or something, if you need more on this, if not, we can go to the next slide. Which services are running on? These are services running on the PC1. This is so small for me, but okay, I printed the presentation. But I can tell you it is the DVB, which, what does the DVB receiver, this DVB receiver is related to the DVB, to the DVB card. It's taking the data, the DVB receiver, what is doing is, it's power on the LNB, yeah, and then the LNB send the signal via coaxial cable to the receiver. The receiver check based on the settings which are already implemented in the software if the IP data traffic is what he is looking for. I will show you what the numbers which is set for the UMedcast Africa. Then the telecast, so DVB receiver, there are services there which create some virtual network card and is passing the information from the DVB card to some virtual network card, and then the telecast read the information and convert this IP data traffic into files. First time the telecast is, I'm telling you some detail, but just in case if you are interested or sometime, or I don't know, later on you go on the machine and check yourself based on the telecast configuration. So first time the telecast is writing down this file, let's say this input, into temporary directory. It is based on chunks, little chunks, and later on is recreating the file. What you see on the telecast log file, like deliver this file, deliver this file. So they are coming like this, piece by piece, and then is created everything. Is creating the entire file. So that when this, let's say, this data flow is not correctly done, or the antenna is not correctly pointed, you will have missing file or missing that, because it's receiving something, but it doesn't receive all the content to recreate the file. Then let's say the reception is fine, yeah. The telecast is taking is putting the data in the, I think it is in the space data telecast channel default, receive channel default, something like that. Yeah, we can check via command line right now. And from there, you have FTS. FTS, it is a file transfer service, something like that, and is moving the file from the telecast targets directory based on the regular expression. So once again, based on the regular expression, if the regular expression or the file is not mentioned on the list, the file will not be moved. And after few minutes, it is deleted in the telecast target directory. This is done for the, I say, to keep the PC healthy, I mean, not to fool the disk or something like that. So any file which is not needed or the end user doesn't want to keep it, okay, it is deleted from the telecast targets directory. So FTS is taking files from there and then is moving to another directory on PC1, not on other PC, where it is made available for the Pc2 and for the Pc2, because as far as I know, Pc2 is processing the data. Yeah, so it's taking there, and then Marco and Vijay and Yurian will explain you what's happened on Pc2, because they arrive in the, I think I can show you, Marco, maybe you know better, space EFTS from telecast for each station. That is called the final directory on PC1. On the file are there, ready for the PC2 to be processed. Now, on the command lines, there are different, on the terminal, let's say. Usually I'm working as root, let's say, but perhaps it's working also as admin user. There are some command line when you can check these services if they are running. For the DVB, okay, you can see the status. Yeah, you can see if you can start or stop or restart or something like that. The most important is also to check the logs files, because sometimes, for example, for the DVB, if you check, it can tell you it's running, yeah, it's running, but perhaps it doesn't receive the right input, so it's not working properly. So something like that. This is for this slide, if you could move. Okay. So this is what is in inside of PC1 and also on PC2, because as you know, if one, for example, if PC1 is broken for any reason, yeah, then you can fail the services and make the station to work in the degraded mode. So these are the DVB card which are available on PC1 and PC2. In the past, I think when the Mesa project started, it was used TT budget 4,100. Yeah, this on the card which is on the left. Yeah, you see you have only one input. You see there, or you can attach the antenna cable. Recently, it is implemented the TBS 6903. It looks like this. We have here one, and there are two inputs, and in fact, you have to attach the antenna cable to the first input. Yeah, you see there are two, but you have to attach to the first. Okay, it's nothing. I mean, I just to present you this, but in your case, everything is implemented there on the Mesa software. Also, Puma software is the same. So you don't have to do anything in terms of how to set up this, or it is enough. Let's say if you change, for example, if you have this old DVB card and it's not working anymore, or somebody, okay, tell you it's not working, yeah, and you buy this TBS new card 6903, it is enough just to replace the old DVB card inside of PC1 or PC2, it depends where you have the reception station, and shut down the machine and power on the machine. The software is implemented now, and on the machine is power on, start. It recognizes the DVB card, the type, and activate the services. So you don't have to do anything. It's just an information for you what you have. Yeah. So don't be, if you have only one, I'll say one input or two input or something like that. Next slide, please, Marco. Okay.
Do you want me to play that one, Simona?
Yeah, if you could, please. So this is the interface for the main interface for the Mesa PC1. Okay. So you open a terminal. Okay. What is happening?
Yeah, so you go to Application, System Tool, and Terminal to open a terminal.
You see the root. I'm working as root, but okay. I think it's also as admin user. And if you run this command, femon -h capital, and t -c20 is related, you see here, it give you information which is recognize a DVB card, and then it give you the information about how the signal is, yeah? So there are few columns, yeah? Marco, could you please stop, because then we'll go, okay. There are few columns. What is important here? All of them are important. I say, but you have the last column where it is FE underscore HS and log. This show you the antenna is correct pointed to the satellite, because in the software it is a configuration file which is related to the Eutelsat 8 West parameter. It contains the parameter of the Eutelsat 8 West, which is a satellite, commercial satellite for the EUMETCAST Africa. Yeah, so it's logged there. The antenna, if the antenna wasn't correct pointed to that satellite, you will not have here FE underscore has and log, and either sometimes it is locked or not unlocked, and it is like that. But should be all the time this value, let's say, display. Then another, the most important also are bare and uncorrectable, which means uncorrectable where we see zero value, or sometimes it is in I think it's expressed in hexadecimal sometimes. I'm not sure, but I saw in some. But okay, this means the antenna is so well corrected, and you do not have losses in the signal. Yeah, the data are coming correctly, are decoded by the DVB card, and so on. So no losses, no uncorrected, no nothing. Also, bare is the same. The error rate. Then I noticed this is okay. You have signal and SNR. What is for you most important? It's in fact SNR, which is signals noise rate. So what means you have it is like you have, let's say you have a cake, yeah. So you need, from this cake you have just a little part. If you have a little part for this cake, this is not enough for you. You need to have a bigger part. It is I don't know. It is like for the entire signal. This is how do I say, for the entire signal, which in my case here it is 54%. I have 41% from the entire signal. If SNR is lower, like, I don't know, I am just giving you 8, 7, 6, so I just get a little part from the entire signal, which means the signal means everything. Signal means noise, signal means also EUMETCAST, Africa, IP data traffic, everything, which is, this is signal, including your voices, if you like, it is signal. But what is good for your machine represent this percentage of SNR, signal noise rate, yeah? So this must be bigger. If you have, I see, sometimes I see from end user a high percentage, which is very good. Don't be, I say, you can have, for example, if you have 100% percentage from 100%, this is not okay. It is something wrong, because you cannot have really SNR 100%. This is something wrong. Even if you say, yeah, is this, but also it will be reflected in the other column, like where it is bare, uncorrectable, and so on. So this is a good part of what means how the DVB card it's working. In fact, Pman minus H, because this is the main command, minus C20, it's just to display a number of line like 20. Yeah, because, okay. So you see also the SNR is 41, 40, 41, 40. If this SNR stay on the same and nothing's changed, then also this is something strange. Yeah, it's not okay. But you will see on the telecast, because he cannot decode, or you will not have a good reception. And Pman minus H, just I wanted to mention that. So you see on the DVB card, I will show you later, I think when we do practical things or troubleshooting, there are in fact two commands, because the DVB card is receiving the signal, is decoding. This is the part when it's decoding, yeah? And saying, I got this is SNR, it's okay, it's okay. So this is a part of the output, yeah? The output of the DVB card, and the output will be sent, okay, via DVB software to the virtual network card, and then the telecast will read. But it is also a command which check the input to the DVB card, but we will see later. This is, I think this is, you can play until the end, but I don't know. Okay. This is how to start and stop to check the DVB status. Yeah. Okay. So if you run this command, you see here task DVB is running. Okay. You can stop, and then you stop. And I want to show you via GUI interface. If you go to Mesa Puma service management and then service status or something like that, then okay, then you will see here task DVB is not running. Okay. So in this way, so you can check via command line, or you can check via service status. You go to the main menu and Mesa Puma service management and so on. It's the same for start. Okay. So you can check via interface which is implemented. If you are not familiar with the command line, but the command line is very simple. You just have to type correctly, and then you will get it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Next slide. Okay, what is this? Checks. Marco, have you run this?
Yeah, so I was muted. So we already seen now something very important presented by Simona on how do you check the quality of a signal with the Pman, and also the status of this DVB service. So the question we had in the chat before now has an answer. So you can go to the computer and check the DVB status and maybe try and start it if it has an issue. Now I think I'm going to launch, no, sorry, that one. So we do the checks. Yeah, please, Simona.
Yeah, okay. So again, via terminal as root, and then, okay. So you see the DVB is running, and if you type ifconfig, you'll see some virtual network card, dummy 0 and DVB 00. You might be, if you stop, okay, thank you, Marco. You might be, no, you can stop. You might be surprised why there are two DVB, two virtual network cards. In the past, I think before 2018 or something like that, there are many PIDs. You might be familiar with that because the PIDs are related to the UMEDcast channel. So in the past, UMEDcast Africa had more PIDs assigned, yeah, like 100, 500, I don't remember exactly, 509 or so on, so on. So for each PID, it was created a DVB 0 -1 or something like that for each PID, because on each UMEDcast channel is coming a specific data. And currently, there is only one PID for UMEDcast Africa, for all the data which are coming via UMEDcast Africa. The PID is 100, and it is assigned to DVB 0-0 _0. And in the past, the dummy, it is like a merge, because in the past were many PIDs assigned for UMEDcast Africa. The dummy 0 was one who collect all the PIDs and made available for the telecast. Yeah, so that there are two. So in this case, when you see DVB 0 _0 and then dummy 0, it means because the traffic is coming. So these are up, yeah, they're there because you have traffic, yeah, and also you can see, look of RX packets, yeah, this means I have here a number, error 0, you see drop it 0 or something like that, which show in the command line the data traffic is okay, yeah, and the telecast is reading this dummy 0, this virtual network card, yeah, which is this IP 192.168.238.238 or something like that, if I'm not wrong. Okay, if you could go, I'll say, yeah. Okay, now it's much better. It's what I explained you before. You need this to have in the ifconfig. Then ET0, it is the network card of the machine. Here I have two network cards, but perhaps you, sometime I saw end user have only one, but it's enough. It's enough also to have only one assigned there. Only in case you have a router, for example, you can use ETH1, for example, because from the router, you send the data to ETH1. And the other one, you can use it on the switch, for example. Yeah. Okay. These are the command to check the IP data traffic. So it is called TCP dump. Okay, thank you, Mark. It is called TCP dump, then space dash NNI, DVB 0 _0, and then how many line you want to display. I said -C20. So you see here IP, this is IP for the UMEDcast Africa, 192.168.1.5. In fact, the most important for you, okay, the other one are common for the other UMEDcast, but for the UMEDcast Africa, it's this 1.5. yeah, 1.5, because for the other is something else. If you see here something else, yeah, I don't know, but then definitely you are not receiving the data. That's 1.5, this is, you see the traffic and so on and so on. And the same thing, if you run the command, Marco, yeah, it is for the TCP, for the dummy 0. This is this is a virtual network card where the telecast is going to read this IP data traffic. So this is the other command where you check the traffic on the dummy. You see again. So it's passing from DVB 0 _0 to the dummy 0. So the services is correct running, yeah. So the data, I mean antenna, LNB, cable, DVB card, and DVB service. So everything is correct. Now it's turn off the telecast after that, because the data arrived there and the telecast must do his job. This is the next step.
Yeah, so if I can intervene briefly, this part, okay, I'm not a telecommunication expert, and so it might be a bit difficult also for you if you are not a telecommunication expert. What I would really grasp from here is that there are in this video some checks you can do, and you can also report the results of this check to EUMETSAT. I mean, when you have a problem on PC1, you will indicate it to EUMETSAT. What we are doing now is to go through this chain, say, of data flow from DVB, now telecast is the next topic Simone is going to address, which goes in PC1, and then the FTS, which is just housekeeping a file moving. Now we are looking at all of these with some checks to be done in order to verify everything is okay. I understand it can be a bit complicated, but in any case, we are not going to be alone. I mean, you can also go back to these videos in order to see the correct commands, but it's also the goal of presenting it is also to let you know what you might be asked to do by EUMETSAT if there is an issue. And the EUMETSAT will help you in solving them because it's very specific software of EUMETSAT. So myself also after 10 years on the station, I'm not able to capture everything. Yeah, thanks Simona for, please, floor is back to you.
Thank you, Marco. So now is turn of telecast. So you see everything is okay. And the DVB card is working and the DVB services are working. You see this, let's say, we say here between us, let's say at EUMETSAT, do you see 1.5? Do you see 1.1? Yeah, this 1.1 is related to EUMETCAST Europe, but just to let you know, you see that it's okay there and it's consistent, is not missing or waiting something, it's okay. Now is the telecast. Everything is inside of the PC1. The telecast is an IP multicast software and use IP multicast technique for distributing the file-based content. What's happened? It's taking the IP data traffic, IP data, this 1.5, I'm telling you only the last digits, let's say, and then it's converting this data traffic into file. You see on the log file, for example, deliver and so on. It is a nice interface. I mean, most of you are familiar with that, of the telecast GUI, yeah? So this is, you can open via main menu. You go to the, for example, to the Mesa, Puma Mesa, and service management, and then you have telecast Africa, something like that. And you click on that and you will pop up this, yeah? And when you pop up this, you have different, you have an interface. This is like an overview where you see this line. Yeah, you have a chart here. You see the traffic. Yeah, you see the traffic in real time, which is coming into your machine, and the telecast is converting the data in files, and they are written down on your file system. Yeah, this is. So this is okay. You can go and perhaps you are familiar, you go to the overview, you go to active channel, you see which channel is connected in that time. You go to the log files and you go to the licensing, which is very, very important. I will explain you later. And then you have some statistic. In the statistic, you will have some record based on last time when you reset or refresh or something like that, or reboot the machine, which is give you the information, how is the status. If you lose something, you have missing and recovery or something like that, where you have this report. And if it is, let's say, 100% missing and 100 is recovered, then is nothing happened. Everything is okay. But if the number of the missing is higher than what was recovered, then the reception is not okay. Okay, so this is a telecast. If you go further, okay, the EQ. The EQ, just to let you know, because I have some end user who think, I mean, no, not who think, but don't be confused. EQ doesn't stop to have you a reception, to have signal, yeah, or to have data written in your file system. Just to give you an idea, there are free data which are not encrypted, yeah. The EQ is meant for the data which are encrypted. I'm just give you, I don't have an entire list, but like MSG data, yeah, these are encrypted. So you need to decrypt the data. Not all of them are encrypted. Some SAF data, or maybe all of them, are not encrypted. So if your EQ, this dongle is not working, is broken, or is not attached, or whatever, yeah, you will receive data on your machine, free data, which means the station is working, yeah. So don't think the EQ, your EQ, stop the reception. So sometimes people believe the EQ stop the reception, but it stop only some data, yeah, which are encrypted. This is clear. So this is an old EQ. Most of you, I think, because you are having a new Mesa station related to the Mesa project, you will have a new type of EQ, which is black and something else. And it is working also with UMedcast terrestrial, as I said. Yeah, this is. So the EQ, each end user, when he receives a EQ, has an account. They have, in fact, two accounts, in fact. One on, I will explain you later, because it is sometimes it is a confusion. One on your portal and one on the EQ, related, on this device EQ, yeah? So the EQ has a number and it is working with a specific username and a specific user key. You cannot put there the username and the password of let's say, I don't know, of something else. You create an account. It's this specific username and password which is created at UMedSat. Yeah. When help desk deliver to you an EQ, it give you the password and the username, and you must use this. And the username and the password are let's say you must type there exactly as you got it, yeah. If there are capital letter or small letter or I don't know, something else, yeah, exactly like that. If you change only one character, there it will not work. It will give you error, missing key or something like that. Yeah. And next slide, Marco. Okay, this is. Okay. How you go to the telecast Africa monitoring. This is on our PC. I think it's an old version of the telecast. Yeah, you can run one. Thank you. And
yeah, as a general comment, you can see that some Telespazio actually who took care of integration of a system has integrated in the CentOS menu some functionalities that are really for, in this case, monitoring of a telecast. So the dashboard I presented before, the general dashboard in with the red and green is under there, while the telecasting interface Simona will describe is under here. So mostly you will find this thing under System, Mesa, Puma, and then all the different options. And it depends also on how you are logged into the system, and you will see different things. Here you can change the IP configuration. Here you will see something related to the services, and we know that Telecast is actually a service running on PC1. So once you click here, you will be able to open that interface. Yeah, back to you, Simona. Sorry for intervening.
no, thank you, Marco. No, thank you for intervention. So you see here, let's say you have active data channel 5. So you have 5 data channels. You see the traffic is moving. It's not, you see, it's not linear. Yeah, okay. Okay, you see here, miss package 00, fake recover package 00. So nothing was missing and nothing, because nothing was missing, nothing was recovered. But in some cases, there are missing packages as a number higher than recovered package. So this means the station is not working. Yeah. So, okay. On the other one, you have overview statistic, active channel. I'm not sure if yeah, okay. Licensee, you can let Marco, if you could let, yeah, because this is also a very important page where you can see the statistic, but you don't have to, okay. So here you see the channel which are activated, which are active in that moment, like Geo1, DCP, okay. Here is a licensee, you see, I have a EQ with a username umesat-mesa, and host-key4 has this *****, which means it's okay. Yeah, should not be empty. Should not be empty. Okay. And then, if you could, okay. The log file, which is display, we usually ask you to send us the log file from the file system, which is in the var log telecast-client, and they are called reg_afr-1.log, and they are okay, because here you have just a few minutes of reception. So a few minutes of reception doesn't tell us a lot of detail. You need to have for 2-3 days that we are asking people to send us the telecast log file. Yeah. Okay. Okay. FTS. This displays the file. As I said before, the file are arriving in, so the telecast is working, yeah? So, and is putting the file in space telecast data receive default or channel default, because it is a link there if you check the machine. And then FTS service is taking data from this space telecast data receive default and is moving for the e-station for the PC2M, okay? Marco can explain better because I'm not so expert on PC2 and PC3, but I think PC2, when the station is up, all the 3 PC, I think PC2 is reading from here or something like that. He shared the file with the PC2. So it's moving data in space EFTS from telecast for each station, yeah, from there to there. And what remain in the default, which are not picked up by FTS, are deleted. They are not kept there because otherwise, if you keep there, you will fill the disk in few hours. Yeah, they are deleted. That is with the FTS. FTS is working. Okay. It is, you know, if you go to the as root on Mesa Puma, then configuration, then you have this FTS configuration. And there are some column there where you can change it. But please be aware, because if you are not so familiar with that, and if you made a mistake, a typo, or whatever, you can stop the EFTS process. We have noticed here because, okay, we try to implement, and if you type something wrong, somehow the Python file is modified and then it's not running anymore. Anyway, it's like this. So you see, okay, if you could run this, Marco, please. It is again etc how to check the status of FTS, yeah, and stop, start, and so on. Is running. Then you can stop, I think. Yeah, okay, you have here, bueno. You have to go where is the display that, okay, yeah. You see on, it is running. And if you stop, you stop, and so on. It's the same like DVB, DVB status. When you check the DVB services, the same approach, let's say, yeah. Stay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You see here, if it is stop, it is red. You see here, EFTS is stop. Yeah. Because it's stop, is red, it's not working. In our case, it was stopped by us, but could be something else in your case. So once you start and everything is okay, become green. Yes, Marco, if you could, yeah, okay. If you could run, thank you. So monitoring dashboard, Mesa Puma service management monitoring dashboard. Yeah, and then, okay. Could you stop here, Marco, because this is, and I will leave it like, yeah, okay, thank you. So this is let's say an ideal dashboard monitoring. UPS is running, you see here is green up, yeah, UPS is running. On each Mesa PC, everything is running, is green, because what is gray is not supposed to be run, in that moment because the station is not in degraded mode. That is the point. So you see Mesa PC1, DVB, telecast, FTS. Then it is a FTP push, I think, and then monitoring. Okay. So then again on Mesa PC2, the same green, green, and green. I just give you some info because maybe you will have in the future, or maybe you have something. Yeah. When you see the disk, for example, here is green, means the data are, I said the disk is okay. Perhaps when I took the screenshot, also I didn't have, it was something fresh installed, or maybe I think it should be like this because it is when everything is running, Mesa PC1 is not cannot become full, yeah, because everything is running. Mesa PC2 is doing his job and taking the data, or okay, process the data from the PC1, and so on. And okay, so when you see this become yellow, or when it's red, okay, it's entered in a stage of red, which show you the disk is almost full. What's happened? Something is not running there, okay, and is not deleting. So the data flow somehow is interrupted, and somebody like, I don't know, maybe PC2, or maybe you might have put something on the disk. And not on the disk, you can put something in the home directory or on the desktop, which fill the home, something like that. Yeah, if you check, when you check the machine. Another point which I want to mention here, but also Marco perhaps will have some slideshow, presented. When you have an issue with one of the disk, yeah, it is displayed here. You will have disk. Where if you have disk here, you have disk in red color and saying disk one not okay, but doesn't mean the disk one is not okay, because you have to check with the RAID status which disk is not okay, which means in that case one of the disk is broken and you have to replace it. And another thing which I want to mention to you, when you do the installation from scratch, Marco, if you go with the mouse to the what is there? Okay, I don't see. It is a UPS on the bottom of the you have monitoring, and you have FTP, NTP, and then you have UPS, and then you have something else. I do not see it. Okay, when you have UPS, yeah, when you do the installation from scratch, let's say you need to do this for any reason, and when you did the installation, you couldn't see the UPS, and this is gray, yeah, this is gray, become gray. So this is, when you look at this, you can check, for example, if the disks are okay, if the services are okay, and I can figure out very easy, for example, if the end user did the installation correctly. I mean, the UPS was connected to the switch, and not only connected to the switch, but was the default IP, which is 192.168 and 0154 is assigned to the UPS, because you need this IP when you do a scratch installation. Yeah, this is. I think, yeah, this is all for the dashboard monitoring. Thank you. If you have question, I see a question here in the chat from Mr. Yasin Tonsi. Does the USB dongle related to the installed thematic as OSS, NAS, GRC? No, no. The USB dongle is related to the telecast and to decrypt encrypted data which are received via telecast. It's not related to the installed thematic thema, which I think you are set. You used to set on the station to Marco. if you could explain more on this thematic.
Yeah, indeed. Thanks a lot, Simona, for this presentation. Actually, you know that we treat different products on different consortia and different regions in Africa according to the interest of land with respect to ocean and marine. And so indeed, there are some differences in the data sets we treat according to the OSS, NAS, and so on. So normally, by the way, when the dangle is prepared, it is there's no any information about that on the dangle itself. It's more what Simona was saying, the account at the EO portal, where a number of products are activated in order to be received by this specific user. So the dangle is associated to a user. A user has an account in the EO portal where he does activate or deactivate products. But at least in the past, when we had this large deployment of 100 and more stations, the accounts were prepared in advance by EUMETSAT by activating all the products for each of them, because activating them doesn't mean that then are used on PC2. So this activation was really touching PC1. All the possible data of interest were made available to all of the users. And then in the customization on PC2, we just decided to pull from PC1 to PC2 some data set for OSS. I mean, it was not OSS and NAS in this case, but for the institution. So for the land agricultural institution, or the fisher institution, or the forest institution, and so on. So now we are a bit to double check on that. I think that the account, I don't know exactly how the account were prepared in this case, but I think also that the accounts were prepared in advance for the beneficiaries, and all the relevant products were activated. But in any case, we can come back to this point in the coming days. And Simona, maybe we can, or there is already something on day 3, I think, for discussing about this EO portal account. How do you go there? You see the products you have activated, and maybe you can also ask for additional products.
If someone want to share with me, okay. Also you, Marco, if you give me, I don't have a, I don't have a EO portal account. So if you give me, or you, Marco, for example, you,
Okay.
because
Yeah.
for sure, yeah, if you log in there on day three, sorry, and I can explain you what's happened there, yeah.
Okay.
And then,
yeah.
Yeah. So we'll do practical things. What means EO portal, what and which username and password, and what means EQ account. There are two things separately, but they are connected, yeah. Because once you click something on EO portal, this is your part, yeah, to do. Help desk is receiving a message and saying this end user want to have this data, and the help desk is adding the data on your EQ account to the EQ dangle. So there are two things, but they are working together, yeah. And in the past, as Marco said, when all the stations were deployed, okay, it was created something in a very common way, and all the end user had ticked for the end user all the same data flow. But there are also end users who want more, because on UMECAST Africa, you have more data. Yeah, if you check, but we can do together, or I can ask somebody to give me a new portal, but I have to share. But Marco, if you could, we can work together, yeah?
Yeah, indeed. So on day 3, we can come back to this point. In the meantime, I opened this image screenshot sent by Kevin. Yeah, indeed, here there is something So you see the status on the 3 computers. PC1 is fine, disk a bit to be checked. CPU is fully normal that when there is some workload, you see one of the nodes of the core of the CPU busy, but it's just for a short time and is not a problem at all. So all the services are okay, but PC3 has some issues, maybe probably to the disk full, service cannot run. We have to investigate on that. But now, just after the break, Vijay is going to present more on PC2, PC3, so that you will see where the data are, how you can do some diagnostic on PC3. There are tools to see the status of the disk and where the data are, so the disk analyzer. So, okay, good that you spot that problem, and we are going to go back to that in the continuation, because this is really, okay, you know, Simona now covered PC1, and maybe to summarize, I will just go back to the presentation to a slide that was to me. Yeah. That slide is really presenting the full data flow. So you have a DVB, that service that manages the DVB card, the telecast one, and then FTS for housekeeping and data copy. And this page we can also provide as a part of a small technical note we can also share, where we say, how do you do the different checks? Otherwise, you can go back to also the videos where Simona prepared really the command to be run from the terminal at the command line to do the checks on the different services on the quality of the signal or on the traffic on the local computer. So, okay, say that we concluded this part 1.2. Now we are approaching the break. I propose we continue with PC2 and PC3 in the afternoon. Now I give the floor to Vijay in order to present you the some exercises you can do also maybe now before. We are going to resume in 2 hours time. So what is 14 in CST? So I see that is one more question.
It is from the same person, or it is from?
It's still from Kevin.
Okay.
Kevin, you can intervene by voice if you like. We have some time for discussion also now at the end.
My feeling is you are putting something on the desktop.
Yeah, exactly. So normally you have seen the data flow. Let me display it again. Okay, PC1 we are seeing now, then data are made available for PC2, which pulls them, then does the processing, visualization, everything, and there is rsync that mirror the disk basically to PC3 disk. So it's very surprising that that one is full and it's not on PC2 because data are pushed this way. But we've seen in the past that maybe at the installation, someone was copying, because when you do the installation, we also do the ingestion of the historical archive to populate the station, which after installation is empty, with the data sets from the previous year. We prepare some, say, archives, so collections of data, and that are, say, ingested into the system. But before this ingestion to take, why do you need to ingest them, not just to copy? Because according to the region, you clip them to different region of interest. So cannot be just something which is copy as a repository from the external disk. So the ingestion is done by the station. And in some cases, we have seen that a large amount of data were copied to the desktop in order to run this ingestion operation by then detach and branching the external disk. Let's see, Kevin, I think these are just what we guess, but we gonna day 3 or also maybe at the end of today, we can spend some time looking at it. No problem.
I have asked the end user to send us the output command on df space -kh, because then we see on each partition is becoming. I can check with my machine, with our machine here. Yep,
I see a question from Teddy. We need support to push data from each station to a repository on another Windows server. Okay, good. We do also very similarly something like that, because we have a reference machine here where we process all the data for full Africa and for all the type of data sets. So this is a really large server. And we push systematically some data sets we decide to share. So we say what is the final, not the intermediate products, to our online station. So there is a functionality which maybe can be reused by you in order to do this thing. Because if you want to, you will see in the afternoon that there is a root dir for data, a root directory where all the data sets are saved into sub-dirs, obviously. And if you just mirror the whole root data dir, it's very simple. It's just an LFTP command or a sync command. While if you want to cherry pick some of the data sets, you can use what we have done, adapting it. But okay, I take a note on your question, Teddy, and then we will find time maybe today at the end. You know, we have foreseen each day to have 1 hour at the end of the presentation for discussion, this type of discussions. So we can also really show you what we are doing here, and then you decide what solution is more appropriate for your needs. So Teddy, if I forget, please just raise again the point today at the end of the presentation in order to look at it. Okay, very good. So I'm gonna give the floor to Vijay in order to guide you for the exercises. Vijay, please take, you can turn the mic. I will try to let you share the screen as well.
Yeah, thank you, Marco. Okay, hi again.
Yeah.
So we have created a survey, kind of a survey, as well as, yeah, you can say it as a survey to get some input from the users, and also to make you aware that you can access all these exercise, and then to get a hands-on experience. So I will copy the survey link in the chat so that you can enter in, and then you can start the chat, start the survey, giving your beneficiary institution name, then the contact person, and also the consortia, and then the Mesa identifier. So make sure that one can fill this form per Mesa station. So if 2 participants or more than 1 participant is attending the conference for the Mesa station, then you can just fill 1 form, so that we would like to know also the status of your the Mesa station. So the question involves some from the whatever presentation Marco and Simona did, and another things from what is the status of in your mission. So this is what we would like to get from you. So is everybody able to access this form? So just stop me, and yeah, you can just unmute yourself to also speak. So we would like to make this more interactive, so that we also identify some of the issues in your Mesa station, so we can be also aware of it. So let's start with this exercise, and then The important thing here is, yeah, just one survey answers response from one of the station. So on the Mesa station identifier, if Simona can intervene and then give us some information how we can identify the Mesa station, yeah, it would be nice. Simona, did you already mention about this, or maybe?
No. But usually okay. So this is a label stuck somewhere. Is depend. For example, here I have on the keyboard, I have on the monitor back, and it is written more information, the number of the project.
Okay. We couldn't hear you, Simona. I don't know if it is just me.
Sorry.
Or...
So it is a label.
Yeah,
it is a label stuck on the keyboard, on the monitor back, or on the computer somewhere. So why is so important, for example, for us, or also for someone, I think, who is interested in this, because with this Mesa identification station number, we keep a history, because it's happened, we saw also in other cases, on the who contacted us to solve an issue or something is moving or left the institution and so on, and we start again. And I, frankly speaking, I don't remember, I'm not so good to keep in mind names, but if I have the station number, I have a history in an Excel, and I know what's happened, the tickets which were assigned to this station, how if it was solved or not, if we send the USB, or anyway, something like that. It replaced the disk, okay, something like that. So that is more related, but we do not keep this history based on the name of the person. We have this who helped to fix the issue, for example, was there as a technician and so on, just in case we need to contact them and so on and so on and so on. But much better if we have the station number, yeah, is related to the station number. That is it's much easier to identify this.
Okay, thanks, Simona. So I hope you can identify the Mesa station number in your PC. So if you are close to the Mesa station, I guess you can identify this number, which will be generally starting with Mesa 2015 or GMS in Africa 2020, and followed by the number. So you can start with this general information, then move on to the real exercise, which covers some of the questions from each topic, what has been covered this morning by Marco and Simona. So basically, some of them will be the overall architecture, if your Mesa station is connected to the internet, and this kind of information we would like to collect. And I guess we already collected this information also from the survey. And the more important thing we would like to know from you is about the data reception from the PC1. So whatever Simona covered is mostly here as a survey. So what you could do is, so you can go through the presentation and then check for the information. And also we also mention what you have to execute here. For example, you see, the first thing is might be clear that what is the diameter of your satellite disk. And yeah, if you are aware, maybe you could give the information. And from the second question, it's something what Simona showed you during the presentation. So you can execute these kind of commands in the PC1 in the terminal, and then you could give us what you see exactly, mainly for this one. For example, you will notice what is the signal to noise ratio, what Simona explained. So you could just type what you see on the screen, at least just one line, you could type it here. And the same for other things. If your DVB is fine, if the status is working, then the IF config or your IP, if you don't change your IP, it will be the default IP. So this kind of information, you have to fill it here. And yeah, you can fill up to page 4, and then the rest of the things we will discuss in the afternoon session, which I'm going to take care. So when we do the next section, I guess we can simultaneously go through each of the session surveys to identify if there is some issue with your PC. So I hope everyone is doing this course next to your Mesa station, because this is also something we already informed. So I guess you could also work offline. Now we will go for the break, and yeah, in the meantime you can also work if you find time, because there is 2 hours break. So you could go to your Mesa station to execute all these things, and then give a short answer, and then keep it as it is, because you can submit this form only at the end of once you complete all the sessions. So at the end of this day, we will be able to complete this survey, and then we will be able to see what is the response from your stations. So any questions on this? Because yeah, I don't see much questions so far. If you have something specific, please feel free to also unmute yourself and then also speak, or you can also write in the chat. So I again explain. I copied the survey link here. So from where in the chat, you see in the chat, so you could click on this to open the survey, and then you could start filling it. So let me know, and then the time, of course, just the time zone, because we found that people this morning already started the meeting before the schedule. So because we kept the time schedule in order to cover also the West as well as Eastern Africa. So the time now is 10 a.m. and then in the GMT. So we will resume this meeting in 2 hours, that is 12 a.m. in the GMT. So if this is also clear, I guess we could go for a break. And if any questions, I'm here to answer you. So let me know.
Thanks a lot, Vijay, for presenting the survey. So if you have time now in the coming 2 hours, very good to go through the first session of the survey. So what was covered in the presentation of Simona in particular. I've seen the screenshot of Kevin. Yeah, indeed, there is an issue on the PC3. There are 2 partitions actually in the disk. One is for data and the other is for the operating system, but also where the home directory is. And there is an issue we have to investigate there. We kept 2 different partitions because in some cases the data were more overwhelming the disk, and they made impossible the system to work. But Kevin, we're going to go back to that today at the end of the presentation. So now in 2 hours time, we have 2 hours of presentation from Vijay, or more on the station part, and then we have 1 hour time for discussion, and we can go to this point as well. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so we keep, I think, the connection open with the idea of joining less than 2 hours now. If there is any burning question, any point, yeah, thanks Vijay for sharing this message on the screen. If there is any other additional question, don't hesitate to intervene also. Otherwise, we continue at 2 p.m. CST time.
Okay, so it's
no, that's 12 p.m. GMT. Yeah, I think it's correct.
Yeah, 12 p.m. Yeah. So in 2 hours, let's say. Marco, if you can stop the recording, and then we could start resume the recording.
You and the other one with the presentation. I don't know, maybe
I am going to stop my video. So
No, that is in my, no, but it's also in my view. I can select it. So if you go to the view, I can select the side by side or only the standard, and the standard, only the presentation is seen, which is better. No, that was on my side. Okay.
I just started recording.
Thanks, Julian. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
So, okay.
So please, thanks, Vijay.
Yeah, thank you. And for the participant, yeah, this is the referent user. If you are close to the Mesa station, I guess you could make use of these credentials. Yeah, basically what I presented here is just two different users, the administrator and then the thematic user. But of course, for some of the functionalities, what Simona discussed in the morning, you need to be a root. So I guess from the admin user, also from the command line, you could just do sudo do or su, and then you enter as a root. The root password is root and root, so two roots together. So I guess that should be fine. If anybody has doubts in entering the credentials, or of course, I understood that some of you are not able to access the Mesa station either because it is already in some issues, or some people also from the initial survey we found out some of you are not aware of. I mean, the new Mesa station was not produced at your place, so I guess of course we don't mind if you couldn't fill these exercise in case of that, if you fall in that option. So for rest of the people, yeah, we will be eager to see your replies, because so that it is a good learning also for us. So apart from these reference users, okay, also here you will see the credentials of the super user and yeah, other information. So okay, I see some question. Okay, I just okay, maybe we go to the starting point of today's presentation where we left. So in this presentation, I'm going to start with PC2 and PC3, where the eStation software is installed. So in the morning, we saw 3 different PCs and the functionality of PC1 and then other external hard drive. But whereas here, we are going to focus only on the PC2 and PC3, where the real data processing happens, and then what are the functionality of each of these PCs. So let's move on to that. So PC2 and PC3 is installed with this specific eStation software, which does a number of things, and then the task of all the eStation software is split into 2 parts. One is PC2 and PC3, so that it has a more power to process the things in parallel. So in case of PC2, what you see in this part, so it takes care of the downloading the data from the internet source or downloading the data from the UMATCAS source and making it available. And then also it does a list of pre-processing and processing services. So in case of pre-processing, it converts from the native format to the eStation defined format. And also it produces some computation of different statistics. So all the processing with the data is done in the PC2, and then in the PC3 you could actually visualize all these processed data. So that mostly PC3 is used by the thematic user who can visualize all these data, which is processed by the PC2 in a form of graphs and maps and charts. And then we also have different workspaces with which the thematic user can generate a report for creating a monthly or weekly reporting mechanism. So this is the general use of both PC2 and PC3. And in specific to the hardware, both the PC2 and PC3 are hardware redundant, and it because okay, we need we have the hard disk, which is in the right one configuration, so that it make the copy of all the data in both the right configuration, and then the data as well as the database is synced among this PC2 and PC3. So that is the main functionality of the PC2 and PC3 with respect to the eStation software. So, and moving on to the next slide. Okay. So I will explain you with the video after I explain some of the slides. So I'm moving on to the GUI of the Pc2 dashboard. So what you are seeing here, if you open your Mesa station, logged in as admin user or thematic user, and then from the browser, if you locate to the localhost, you will get the screen which loads the dashboard in the beginning, which gives you a number of information about the services. So basically what you see here is the PC1 and the status of each services in the PC1, as well as in the PC2, and each services which are active in the PC2, as well as some of other mechanisms like data sync, DB sync, and then the active versions, and then what is the mode of the PC2, and if the status of the Postgres, if it is on, if it is working fine, and if there is an internet connection. So all these things you could note it from the dashboard. And also you see that the PC3, its functionality is also given here, whereas you see that the UMATCAS, internet ingest processing, all these services are not active in case of the nominal mode in the PC3. As I mentioned before, it is mostly used for the analysis and then the system services. So that is in the basic overview what you see in the dashboard. So moving on to and also the important point in the PC2 of the eStation is when you open the localhost, you will be seeing the dashboard tab, acquisition tab, processing tab, data management system, and help tab. So these are the only 6 tabs available under the nominal mode when your PC is working in a normal condition. Of course, you can also log in, and currently, okay, you don't, this one is logged in, but without also being logged in, you will be able to see all this information from the dashboard. So, and in specific, if you enter the acquisition tab, you will see other functionalities of the acquisition. So the acquisition is composed of 2 different parts. One is downloading the data, and then pre-processing the data. The pre-processing means converting from the native file format to the eStation defined file format. And also it is this course is morely for the maintenance. We would focus only on the general aspect of all these things, and then of course you are free to ask any doubts if you need. For now, yeah, in the acquisition tab, this is you will see the data sets from each category and the configuration, if it is from the internet, if this data is coming from the internet or from the UMATcast, or this is the completeness of the data you see. So these are the general functionality of the acquisition tab, where you can visualize the completeness and other information. So this is up to the acquisition tab. And if we move on to the processing tab, here it gives more information about the input products on the left side, and then the output products, and then the processing chains associated to derive the list of output products from the input product. So these are also some details for the thematic user, but it is good. You should be able to know what each of the processing tabs are doing, so that you can visualize them and then see if it is active, and also here you can look at the log. If we ask you to check some status, you should be able to visualize the log and report to us. So, and also to activate and deactivate, you can go here and to visualize all these things. So this is about the processing tab. Basically, the processing tab
for each product, a processing chain is attached, which does a number of processing to derive a number of indicators. That is about the processing. And then the data management tab. Here it displays all the process data, and then it shows you all derived output product available in the station. So it also gives you a possibility to do the download of the missing data. So as you could see in the vegetation product, you see the first product is in the red. It says that there are missing files, and in specific, you could see that if your screen is visible, you will see there is a 45 files missing for this particular product. Whereas in case of this second product, in the second row, you see for the VGT DMP product, there are a number of subproducts and the indicators, mainly some statistics like long-term DMP average, minimum, maximum, and then a relative absolute difference, and then the ratio. So these are almost complete. I'm just missing one file, and that should be also because of it is yet to process. So if you want to download this kind of missing data, you can just click on these actions, and then if you click on this action, you will have a possibility to just download the missing data. So in the video, when I play the YouTube video, you will also be able to see how you could fill the missing data. So this was one of the questions from one of the user who wrote in the morning. So you can follow this from the data management tab in the PC2 to download the filling data, missing data, sorry. So in this way, you can keep your eStation with complete data sets. So once you do this request, what it is going to do is it is going to do the request to our production server, and then where we store all the data. So it does the request to that particular server, and then it fills this data using the internal service provided in the eStation software. So basically, it is done through the internet connection. So one of the important aspect on this data management completeness is that you need an internet connection, and also in most of the cases, you need a very good internet connection to fill these missing data, because in some cases when you click on the data completeness filling option, in case of very poor internet connection, you might end up seeing that there is some error in downloading the data. So this can be either due to some of the proxy settings or due to the poor internet connection, which we will also see in detail. And yeah, I guess maybe at this point we could also do some exercises on this, and I will play the video in order to show you how you could do that. And before proceeding to that one, maybe I also explain you, this is the functionality in the PC3 where you could derive graphs, which I already mentioned. That will be part of the PC3. Okay, so the another important part to note is the system tab, where it gives detailed information about the type of installation, and then the role of the PC, and then the current mode, active version installed. So this version corresponds to the eStation software, and then the thema, which is very specific to your institution. So each of your institution is assigned with a generic thema with which the products are assigned to you based on that particular thema. And then there is a different level of log files in the system setting. So generally, in your case, the type of installation will be the full installation. Here you see server because it's our production server, so that is why you see. And the role, of course, if it is PC2, it says PC2. In case of PC3, it's going to say PC3. And currently, okay, our production server is in the recovery mode, but whereas for you, if your Mesa station is completely working, I guess you will see that it is in the nominal mode. It will be written as nominal. So this is about the system settings. And then for the directory part, there is the base directory where the eStation codes are present. and then the base temporary directory where this processing of data is initially done before moving to the data folders. And then other list of directories which should be kept as it is by default, unless if you want to completely change it. So this is the ingest directory from which the data is taken for the pre-processing. Generally, the downloaded data from the UMAT cache or from the internet source is mainly moved to this particular directory. And the static directory, generally it is not used. And the archives is the place generally where the data is archived, but also this one is very specific because when you initially install the system and you want to fill the archives, you generally have your archives in the hard disk, which was provided also to you from during the installation from Telespazio. So you specify that particular part and then ingest it. So this part we are going to see tomorrow how you could ingest the historical archive. So I'm just giving a brief introduction about this one, and also the UMAT cache folder and the input folder, and also the database connection. So here you will see the database connection, host, port, and then the username, password, and the database name. So this one we are going to discuss in detail in the upcoming slides, where there is going to be also an exercise how you could log into the we use the PG admin in the Mesa station, where you could log into this database in order to visualize all the database tables. So that is what we are going to see. And moving on. Okay. And then another important tab, which is the help. So where we gave the list of documents as well as useful links where you could go in order to check the different types of manuals. So the administrator manual in case of for the admin users who wants to do some to check some of the important things, like in case of the database problem or some other different issues with respect to the administrator level. I guess you could go to the administration manual and then visualize. There are a list of topics which is covered also in these 3 days, which mostly written as a note. So you could also have it as a printout, so that in the future, if there is a problem, you could refer all these code sections to follow the instruction to be followed in case of any of the problem. So user manual is for using the complete station software, and then installation manual very specific to how you could install the complete Mesa station. So tomorrow morning we are going to completely see how you could install a complete system from the scratch in case of any failure of the system. And then the product report is very specific for the thematic user who can check what are the products available for their theme, and what are the detailed report of each of the product available within the eStation. And then other useful links of the eStation online version, where you could also access some of the data and some useful installations. So this is about the help tab, and I guess we saw the information about all these tabs. And the analysis tab you generally see only in the PC3, and it is very specific for the thematic user, as I mentioned before, to have a list of things. And I see someone raised your hand. If you, Mariam Sayed, yeah, please, Mariam, if you have some questions. You can unmute yourself if you want to speak, or you could write your queries just in the chat. I see a question from Kevin that can we download the missing files without the internet? Currently, yeah, there is an option to do that, but okay, it is not a direct way you could download it without the internet, because in the data management tab, where let me show you. So in the data management tab, I'm going to show you as a video, but for now, if you click on this, you will have two different options. One is to download the data directly, or else to create a request job. So there is two options. One is directly download the data if you have an internet connection, or another one is to create this request job of the missing data. Then after you create this job, you can send it to us, and then we process the data again, send you back, and then you can launch the script in order to fill these data. So basically, it is like a two-way procedure. If you don't have the internet connection, you have to give the request to us, and then we process it, and then we give it to you with the data sets of your missing data. So these are the two options, and of course, yeah, without internet, it is not a direct task to be done. And from Mariam, I see. I wanted to know if there is a possibility to get more product, or just it is related with the theme. Okay, it's a good question, Mariam. So generally, according to your theme, there are a list of products assigned based on the theme. So, for example, if you are from OSS, I guess there are only vegetation, rainfall, fire, and then some miscellaneous product. But if you want to activate some of the oceanography product, you could still do that. That one, I guess I will explain you. I can explain you how you could do that. So maybe we can also do that immediately, or also after I complete the data management, I will explain you how you could activate the the product which are not assigned to you. There is a possibility to activate in any case. I will let you know that. So for now, I guess we can move on to this exercise where you could go to the data management tab in case of if you have internet option. So let me play this video. Yeah, so I will try to stop in the middle to explain you how you could do list of things. And now it is about how you can open the local host to see the dashboard, which I almost explained already, that you see the list of services and available in the Pc2, and also this video is useful, which is available in the presentation in case of if you want to follow the same in the future. If you have some issues, you can always come back to this presentation, or also there is a list where you could do, there is a YouTube playlist where you can find all the e-station maintenance videos where you could follow, and then you can do the same. So let me go directly to the data management. Okay, yeah, exactly here. If you want to fill some data, okay, let me stop here and then show you from our server so that it is also much easier. So for example, you see for the DMP, of course, this product is obsolete, but I'm still trying to show you what you will see. So once you want to download the data, missing data in some cases, you just click on this particular, there is for each of the subproduct, you will see the action to be taken to download the data. And for example, you see for this product, there is 46 missing. So once you click on the data, to get the missing data, you will see a list of options. And then you can also filter depending on the product, if it is a daily product or the decade product. So this gives you a number of missing files. And then one is to get the missing files for which you need an internet connection, which directly go to our server to download these missing files. And the another case is to save the request, as I mentioned before, where you could save this request and then send it to us, and then we process it, and then again send you back in order to fill the data gaps. And for example, for this get missing data, I can show you, but it is not going to work because this is one of the obsolete data. So once you get the missing data, you see that it creates a job request, and then if the data is available in our system, it automatically opens this request tab, from which you will be able to download the data. Of course, this one you're not going to get it because this is one of the obsolete the data sets. So once you get the missing data and apply OK, you will see in the job request a list of jobs created by you. So you see that there is a number of jobs here we created. So you will see total number of files, and then number of files downloaded, and then the number of files which goes in here. So this is for the FuseNet product. So here the total files says that number of missing files. In your case, it can be depending on your station, and then a number of products which are already downloaded, and number of errors, because maybe in some case it also shows error, but it is because it is not also available in our Mesa station. So this can be the case of the error, but in most of the cases it tries to download all the data set. In some cases this request can go in also error if your internet connection is not stable. So make sure you have a good internet connection, because the connection shouldn't go in the timeout error, otherwise it can also show error. So in our past experience, we know some of the user, they couldn't really download the data, even though the product is not obsolete, it's still operational, but they couldn't download the data because they don't have the very powerful internet. I mean, it's not necessary the powerful internet connection, but a stable internet connection is very vital to have these data sets to be downloaded. So that is the request where you could go and check the status whenever you want. And another thing is, if you don't have the internet connection, what you could do is you could save the request like this, and it automatically asks you where you could save the request, and then save this one. And let me just show you from here. Okay. So this one is a XML type of request. Okay, let me not go in detail. So it shows you a number of missing data. So as you could see that these are the missing files. So once you save this request and then send it to us, then we could process it and then send you back the result. In any case, okay, if your Mesa station is not connected to the internet, you can do this and then process the data. But if you don't have the internet at all, because you have to first download this and then take it in your PC and then mail us, and then we process it and then send you back again, and then you should be able to download that particular file, which can be huge depending on the missing data, and then apply it in the Mesa station, and then you could actually fill the gaps. So while we are doing, I guess if you want to fill all the data sets, you can start doing it in your Mesa station one by one. So make sure that you do it one by one, because there is also option given to do it completely. So it gives, you see that it also fills all the data set, but make sure that you have a very stable internet connection, because also in the past we have experienced that some people try to download the data sets at the map set level. But for all the products, but they couldn't do it because of the unstable internet connection. So I guess in your Mesa station, if you're next to the Mesa station, I guess you could fill out some of the gaps immediately. But I would like to, so it is also important to note that you look at the products report, because in some cases, the product report, the products are obsolete, so that you cannot download the data again. So for example, okay, you see, not visualize, but okay, let me go. Yeah, for example, VGT for power. Okay, this is not the latest product report, but I can just show you in the latest product report, you will see all these VGT DMP products are marked as in the gray, which is like yeah, like this, which means that the product is already obsolete, and you cannot, even though if you do the request from the data management tab, you cannot really download it, so that it goes in error. So you should understand that this product is obsolete. And yeah, we already sent you some communication about the list of obsolete product from Proba-V and VGT. So in that case, you may not be able to fill the missing data. So make sure that you also follow the product table and check what are the data still in operation, and then you could only do the particular thing, fill the data gaps for that particular data. So this is about the data completeness. So I will just pass a bit in order to answer your queries, and if you also have some more information, if you need some more information, just let me know. So in the meantime, I can also try to get this video to show how you could activate the product in case if the product is not already activated. So in the meantime, if you have some questions, yeah, feel free to unmute yourself and then ask, or also you could write it in the chat. So any questions so far on the PC2? So for Mariam, I'm going to show you how you could activate the product from the video, which I can also send you again. Any other doubts regarding PC2 so far what we saw? So did you try to do the data completeness by filling the gaps? So if anybody find any issue, we are here to assist you. So feel free to let us know.
Yeah, maybe Vijay, it's good that you show here immediately how you can activate products.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, I could also directly show you rather than going to the video, but I will also send you the video.
Without showing the video. The video is reference material. And,
okay.
It is quicker to just show them how you can activate.
Okay. So let me show you from the beginning. So once you log into your PC2, so make sure that you are in the PC2. Here it is our production server, so we have all the functionality. Generally in your PC2 in a nominal mode, you don't see the analysis. But since it's a production server, I'm trying to show you from there so that it is also easier. You initially, after loading the localhost, in your case, it's going to be the localhost, and you have to log into your eStation software also using the same credential of your admin user. So it's admin user, and the password is Mesa admin. So it is the same as the administrator login and password for the Mesa station. So you could log in. And once you log in, under the acquisition tab, you will be able to see this lock icon. So the main use of this lock icon is to visualize the product administrator. So once you unlock this icon, you will see the product administrator, which appears here, with which you can activate and deactivate the products of your choice. So after you log in, you unlock this, and then you could also follow step by step when I'm doing in your Mesa station if you want to do so. So click on this product, and then you will see a list of products based on the category. Of course, here we have more products than what you see, but probably you will be able to see all the active products and what are the products available for you. Some of the obsolete products are not available anymore for you, but mostly you see the products. So if, for example, in case of Mariam, maybe she's from the oceanography, so they already have the oceanography product and miscellaneous product. But if she wants to visualize the rainfall product, then she can open the rainfall category and then choose which product she wants to activate. So generally for the users of oceanography, you may not see any of the rainfall product activated. So in this column under the activate, you might notice that everything is not activated. So you can activate the product which you are interested in. Just I show you here, I'm deactivating this, and then okay, now you see like that, and then you just click on this and then close this tab so that the acquisition tab is loading, and then you see the product under the acquisition tab. So this is the way you could activate the product. And another thing is, once you activate the product, you have to also assign the area of interest for the ingestion. Generally, if you are activating it for the first time, the ingestion, which may not be active. Ingestion is basically to which area of interest you want to ingest the product. So here, since I already have, I see it as already assigned, but in your case, you may not see this completeness bar, or you may not see this map set or completeness bar. So you have to click on this to assign your region of interest. So for CHRIPS, you can either assign CHRIPS Africa or global, or also in some cases for your specific region of interest like ICAD. Okay, let me go to the CHRIPS and then show you. Okay, mostly for the CHRIPS data set, we only have the either global or the Africa. So you have only two options to select, but in other data sets, like for MODIS, I guess you have more option to select specific for your region of interest. So for CHRIPS Africa, you can only select African region of interest, and then you can assign it. So for now, yeah, for example, I just assigned, but it is already assigned, so you may not see. But okay, I can show you another example, maybe with oceanography, where you could select, and now it is assigned for the Africa level, but you can also select CSIR, for example. So you see for the MODIS product, 4 kilometers, this is MODIS chlorophyll. So you can select the region, which is CSIR, which is South Africa, and then, okay, if you want to visualize the coordinates, you can also cross-check the coordinates. You see also the footprint where it covers. And close this, and then okay, CSIR, and then assign it so that it gets assigned to you. And then once you start the ingestion, so it automatically starts this full procedure. It downloads the data and then process it for your region of interest. And this is how you activate a new product if it is not already available. So this is one of the tasks of the administrator, but make sure you have the thematic person with you before you do this, because maybe they know what area of interest they need, and make sure also you are aware of the resolution of the data. So Modis chlorophyll is 4 kilometer data. So you have to assign exactly your region, that is CSIR in case of CSIR thema, and then mode is 4 kilometer, so that you assign it correctly. Otherwise, yeah, it can, if you assign a wrong map set, you might have issues. So this is, in this way, you can activate any product. So for now, I'm just removing it. So because, okay, if it's our production server, I have to remove it. So, okay, it's done. So is it clear, Mariam, how you could activate the product? We don't have a lock. Okay, let me address some of the questions, and maybe, yeah. Is the product?
Yeah, the one from Kevin.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see that one. Of course, Kevin, I see that one we are going to address tomorrow, but for now I explain in for the LSAF data, for LSAF LST data, you see that we have our configuration, that is MSG, the file filter file expression, whereas in your case, let me also open and show from the chat. Okay, you see that you have LSAF, LST, MSG, LST, Africa. So that is a reason you don't really, because the Africa region is replaced by MSG disk. So we already modified in our production server as I'm showing you here. So you see that we already modified. So this configuration has to be changed. And tomorrow we are going to do a hands-on exercise to update this information. So please stay tuned, and we will be doing this exercise tomorrow, so that from tomorrow you will be able to receive this LST MSG product. Because they changed the disk, because in the past it used to be 3 and 4 different data sets. One is for North Africa, then for South Africa, then Europe and South America. So there were like different grids. Now they are meshed together as a single file, which is MSG disk. So in your case, as you see that there is a Africa, which the configuration is wrong. And of course, we haven't, the last update we made is in the month of March. So now we are ready with our new update, where you will see the new configuration. And from tomorrow, we are going to do this exercise to update all this configuration. And from tomorrow, we are going to see that it works. Is it fine? Is it clear for you? And the next question, is there necessary to download the data from the past 5 years? No, it's not really necessary that you do it from the past 5 years, so that you could, it depends on what you need. So let me show you again. So for example, when I download the data, it asks you, okay, by default, it is given as 5 years, but you can select for the decade product, okay, this airplane is a daily product. So you can filter if you need it for 1 year, or I guess there is, you cannot select anything less than 1 year. So yeah, okay. And you apply it, and then you download it. So if you don't want to have like a previous year, you could filter to 1 year. The 1 year is the minimum. So I guess it should be fine.
But because there is also the historical archives, which should have been delivered with the Mesa station.
Yeah. So
and ingested already in the system. So with the historical archive, you have, I think, for some products, even for the last 20 years, data available.
Yeah, true. So yeah, it depends on the data sets also. For example, these are the long-term stats. You see these 3 products are the long-term stats. where you have only 36 files, which is a long-term average, a long-term minimum, long-term maximum. So there are 36 files you can just download. This is mandatory to be downloaded so that it does the processing of other anomalies like relative and absolute anomaly, ratio, etc. So for this, you need really a long-term stats. So again, it is something related to the product report. You have to go through the product report, what you have to do. So in the beginning of installation of your system, this has been done, and the archives are sent through the Telespazio. So the Telespazio, who is in charge of installing the software and installing the initial data set, they generally install you these data sets, and then in most of the cases you see also for the newly installed Mesa station, you see some of the important data sets are already installed, and monthly data sets are not really made available because it depends on the user. So most of the time they generally use the decayed products. So there can be also for the newly installed system that you may not find the information of the monthly long-term stats. So you could download with these, for the necessary data sets, you could download and fill the missing data. So it depends on your usage. So you have to consult if both the thematic person and the administrator are together, maybe you can discuss about what are the data set that the thematic person is interested. So accordingly, the system administrator can guide him to download all this data. So if it is clear, yeah, just let me know. Also, yeah, if you have some doubts, yeah, please let me know. So that it is not necessary to fill all the data gaps. We would suggest you to fill the gaps only where it is needed, because in some case you may not. There are different rainfall data, and if you are not using the FuseNet, maybe you can just leave it. You don't need to fill the gaps. And there is, for example, the TAMSET, there is 2 different versions. I guess some people are still using the old version, which has a lot of missing data also in our server, because these are not available from the data provider. That is why they moved on to the 3.1 version. So you have to update yourself also. This data set 3.1 TAMSET is already available in the previous update. So you should start using, or ask your thematic expert to start using the latest version, so that, yeah, they can avoid this missing data. So, okay, let me go through other questions. How many users can log in at the same time on a single station? Okay, that is a good question, but generally, I hope if you are working in the PC3, I guess we assume that there is only one person who can access it.
Yeah, well, actually, it is if you are behind the Mesa station itself, and the Mesa station is not in your network, then of course it is just one user that can enter in the system. But if you put your system in your network, then many users can connect to the system and they can log in. So it depends if you put your system in your local network or not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Julian. And yeah, I guess if you connected in your local network and if it is accessible for a number of users, we don't have a limitation. I guess you can make sure that you create, okay, in case of the analysis, it works in a different way, but in case of acquisition, be sure that only administrator is activating a product, and simultaneously, I hope not many people are trying to activate, deactivate, do a lot of things so that it can mess with the system. But in case of analysis, if your PC3 is connected to your network and if they want to, I guess you can have more than one login. And I guess it is fine. You can have a number of users.
Many logins.
Yeah, exactly. So in case of PC3 specific to the analysis tool, I guess this is going to be discussed in detail by Urian in the day 4 and day 5. That is okay. That is a different session on the usage. So, but in any case, as administrator, I don't think this is needed for now. But
no.
Yeah, to know in any case that if it is connected to the network and the thematic user, there can be n number of thematic user who can access the analysis tool with a different username and password, because they have to you have a possibility to create them, and then you store your own reference workspaces. So in order not to mix with a lot of these things, I guess you have a separate user which you create, and then do it as many user as you want. This is applicable only for the PC3 and the analysis tool. Whereas in case of the acquisition, what we are discussing now, generally it is good to use only the admin user, where you have more possibility for only to administer the products, for the configuration of the products, let's say.
There is one question about this lock. It is not available for CastLF.
Yeah, CastLF. As we see in our screen, we don't have the same configuration. Of course, you may not. Okay, I guess you are saying about. Okay, you don't have the lock on the product. Okay, but that is because you didn't log in. Because if you log in, you will see this one. You see, I logged out, and if I move in the acquisition tab, you see that I don't have a lock button, and also the product administrator I don't have. So you have to log in as admin user. Yeah, administrator. So the user is admin user, and the password is Mesa admin, which is as same as that of the Mesa station login. So you have to log in as admin user, and then the password as Mesa admin in order to view that content. So is it clear? Because let me log in and show you. So you see that once I log in, I see this lock button, and once you unlock this, you will see the product. This involves 3 steps. So first you have to log in. After you log in, you unlock it, and then after unlocking, you will see the product administrator, where you have a possibility to activate and deactivate. So all these things. And of course, you may not see the same configuration in terms of the number of products, because this is our production server. But definitely the functionality wise, you will see all the functionality, what we see here. So I guess it is clear. Is it fine? And again, for the exercise, I repeat Nagala. So if you don't have a e-station or Mesa station, I guess it's fine. You don't need to fill the form or the exercise. So don't worry if you are already not able to access or not having the Mesa station, it is fine. And also I see one of the requests from Kevin again. Could you show us through the video how to connect the Mesa station on the internet? Yeah, please download the missing data. It's possible. I assume that you're saying about your Mesa station on the internet. That one, I guess you have to configure. And that part, I guess we are going to discuss in the session 3, in the day 3, I guess. So if you want to connect your Mesa station to your network and then access it with the internet, I guess you have to. Yeah, we will discuss about it in the session 3. So I will again note it down, and if I guess it is a part of the day 3 activity. Kevin, I guess is it fine? We because I already am beginning the agenda. So for now I proceed with this, but definitely that will be dealt in the maybe tomorrow or day after tomorrow, so that we will have we will be able to discuss about that. And for the part of not there being a new one, I cannot access. Okay, some people they couldn't access the computer, but okay, it's fine. I guess you could also do it if you cannot fill the exercise, do these things today. At least try to contact the people who is in charge of the Mesa station and do it for at least tomorrow. So we are fine, and of course we are open to these things, and you can do when you want.
I see that the raster still does not see the same configuration.
That is strange. Maybe we can note it down. You can note it down, and then maybe we can contact him to discuss with him.
Anyway, you don't need to be connected to the internet so that you have this admin user functionality to add products. It is not needed. You just need to be logged in as admin user, and then you should be able to configure the acquisition.
Yeah, that is also true, and also make sure that you have at least a little bit of the latest version of the Mesa station. So 2.12, I guess this functionality was available from 2.12. So check your Mesa station, what is the current version of this software eStation. So in the dashboard, you should be able to see at least 2.12 in order to have this functionality. So I guess if you have a very old version, I guess we cannot, you may not see that functionality because it is available from 2.12. And we are the latest version available in most of the Mesa station is 2.20. So I guess you also have to check it. Without the internet connection. I see a lot of questions, but okay, I will try to address everything. And you don't need an internet connection to, of course, to update the system because this is coming through the UMATcast. So that was explained in the morning. So the data, the software, and all the configurations are sent through this dish. So of course, the dish should be working in order to have the automatic upgrading mechanism. Tomorrow we are going to see it. Of course, if your dish is not working, we can help you in manually installing the software. So that is again important. Next again, okay, maybe I will continue so that I'm not in delay, so that we will definitely address you all other questions. So now I'm moving.
I will write in the chat some answers to some questions.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So let me just proceed with the. Okay, as a software architecture, maybe just to give you a brief idea of the eStation software architecture. So the PC1, what we saw that the PC1 and PC2 is with the UMATcast software as well as the DVB telecast ETF configuration. So this functionality, these softwares are available in PC1 by default, and also it is available in the PC2, but by default only PC1 make use of these services to download the data and then all this functionality. So in case of failure of PC1, the PC2 can also act like a PC1 that we will see in the upcoming slides in the recovery mode. And on the software point of view, the UMATcast software is available both in PC1 and PC2. So whereas the eStation software, that is what I was showing you, that is available only in the PC2 and PC3, where you see the dashboard, acquisition, processing, analysis, all these things correspond to the eStation software. So this is available only in the PC2 and PC3. Whereas the common things for all the PCs is the system functionality. which is the task and other functionality, which is a deep thing, and that is available in all the 3 PCs. So also the tools, some of the tools like QGIS and other GIS software and some basic database software like pgadmin is available in all the system. That is about the main software architecture. That is, again, this is something in brief what I would like to explain. On top of it, some internal tools available within the eStation software is some of the libraries like GDAL, map server, Apache, of course, it's the web server with which on top of it the eStation software is running, and the Postgres is the database we use for the eStation software. And then all these things are running in the OS, which is the Cento OS 6.6. That is the overall architecture of the complete Mesa station. I hope this is clear, and it is also a bit brief, and I'm not going in detail, but feel free to ask if you have some doubts. I'm available to give you even a detailed view unless needed, but for the administrator, I guess this is enough. So another thing which we will see pretty fast is the file system overview. So what you see is the first is the base directory for the eStation code. So what you see in the base directory is the /var/ww/eStation2, where you find the complete code of the software. So if you are in front of the Mesa station, feel free to navigate here just to check. You will find all the software application within this folder, which we call it as a base directory. And then the temporary working directory, which is actually a temporary directory for the eStation software, where all the downloads, processing, and cleaning services are taken care, so that the software initially downloads the data in this folder and then process it here before putting it in the data directory. So data directory is actually the place where the final data sets are produced. And then the another important directory is the /eStation, where all the configurations are there. Also the specific log files of all the service what we saw before, like acquisition, processing, data management, and then the system service. All these configurations are given there, and then also the log files are there. So this is some of the important file system you should be aware, because to understand if something goes wrong in the code, that is the base directory, and in case of the temporary working directory, because the system service does the housekeeping, where it clears some of the temporary directories always. So if the system service is not properly working, maybe you end up seeing a lot of files in the this temporary directory /temp eStation2, and then it of course it stop other services, because if the hard disk is full, then it cannot download the other data and process it. So make sure that you monitor this temporary directory, and also in case of some issues, you have to copy this /eStation directory, because all the configurations of PC2 are given here. So in case of a reboot, or if you want to completely reinstall, make sure that you copy the /eStation directory before you do the installation. So the another thing is the data directory, of course, where the processed data and then the data to be processed, everything is kept in the /data directory. So in the next slide, we will see much more important things of the data directory. So the /data directory, apart from having the data, it stores the complete set of the archives as well as the processed data. So for the thematic user, in sometimes they are in need of the physical data. So if they request you, maybe you have to go in this directory in order to copy them the particular data set. So /data/processing is the root directory of the data processed data directory. And below, within this data processing, you will see the list of products, which is structured under this particular structure, which is the product code. For example, VGT NDVI is one of the product, and then followed by the version, which is, for example, Spot V1 is a version of this particular product. So when you want to locate a one particular product from the user interface, you could see what is the product code, what is the version, and then you go to the data processing in the file system and then locate this VGT NDVI and then a Spot V, that is the version 1. So in this way, you will identify the product directory, that is data processing, VGT NDVI, Spot V, and then the region of interest of the processed data, and then other indicators. So the TIFF implies the ingested product, that is the pre-processed product, and then the processed products are available within the derived folder. So in this way, if the thematic user asks you to copy the list of things, also it is good for the thematic user to know that they can always go make a copy without disturbing the structure of the data set. It is mandatory that you shouldn't move any of the data sets or folders within this file directory. You are always free to copy them and then make use in your laptop or in your PCs or move them, but make sure that you don't disturb the structure of this file directory under the data processing or any of the file directories. So that is about the file system data. And of course, I have given you some videos where you could go through to check how you can locate the logs, how you can locate the settings and the downloaded data source. Maybe rather than showing you the video, I will directly go to our production server to show you. And it can be a bit detailed, but okay, this is just to make you understand. So as I mentioned, the file system /eStation, which contains all the configuration, that is something important to note. In case of any reinstallation of the software, you have to make a note of it. You have to make a backup of this particular folder. So /eStation2. So under which you will see the list of configurations like get list, where all the downloaded data lists are available, and then also the list of static layers, and then also the request, like in case if you do the data completeness procedure, what I was showing before, all these requests are done here, and then also some important user and system settings are given here. So make sure that you make a copy of the /eStation before reinstalling any of the PC. So, but this one is very specific also to the Pc2 in the nominal mode, because it takes care of the acquisition where this data get list is being used to store all the configuration file. And also the log file is what you see the logs of each of the specific service log files. Like this is the acquisition log of this specific data set, that is ASCAT soil moisture index. So you see that all these log files are displayed here, but of course it is also stored under this /eStation log files. And in same case of the layers and what is being used in the analysis tab, it is displayed here. So make sure that you are aware of this particular directory, which is useful before you do any reinstallation. And moving on to the database, this is again, we are going to give you just a brief introduction about the database. So before moving on, if you have some questions on the file system, Let me check if you have any questions. Training material.
No, there are no questions for now.
Okay, okay, so far. Okay, fine. Any questions on the file system? Whatever we saw just before, if you have some questions on the file system, feel free. It is again, yeah, this is to give you a general idea of how the file is structured. Of course, you can always follow this presentation or our videos to see how you could do that. So anyways, in case of installation, I will explain you the files, important file system to be noted, to be backed up before installing the software. So if there is no question, maybe I move on to the database. Again, here, of course, it might be small for you to visualize the complete information, but this is to give you an idea about the data set. So we have two different schemas under which the whole software is running. One is a product schema where a list of products and acquisition and all the service functionality are stored in the form of table and the relationships, as well as the analysis where the typical part of the analysis tools are mentioned. Of course, we are not going in detail about the table relationships, but it is important to note that you are able to configure the database in the pgadmin software, which is available in the Mesa station. So for now, what I will do is to play this video so that you could also follow the video, and then okay. So okay, let me try to increase the quality. Okay.
In general, it should not be needed to enter the database, but
yeah,
this video is just to show that when it is needed, and especially when you ask help from us, and we ask you to enter in the database, this video shows how you can do that.
Yeah. So of course, as Julian said, you are not supposed to change anything on the database without informing us, because it is something which we would like to know if you want to do something, because everything is accessible from the interface, because there is also a possibility to create a complete product from the scratch. You can do it from the user interface, but this is good for you to just, yeah, in case of if you want to query something, because in case of some troubleshooting, we ask you to just configure the database to check some of the products, and for some quick fix or patch, we generally ask you to do. So that is the only use of the database connection within the pgadmin, and yeah, so that you can either follow, so that you can configure it and then just keep it in the Mesa station. So you could follow this procedure. So just go to the application. So make sure that you are logged in as administrator, and then go to the applications, programming, and then there you see the pgadmin 3, and you can open it. You can, of course, follow it if you're interested in your Mesa station simultaneously. So this one I created as an exercise, so everyone can follow it and then do it in your Mesa station. So just after you open the pgadmin 3, we ask you to click on this plug option to create this new connection to the database. Yeah, just click on the connection, and you will see the registration of new server, which appears, and then you give the name of the local host. That is okay. Name of the host, that is localhost. Maintenance DB, that is eStation DB. and the user is eStation, and you can fill in all these details. So these details are also provided. Let me show you from the System tab. So if you go to the System tab, you will see the database connection setting. So you could take the connection information from the database setting available under the System tab in order to connect it to the PG admin. So the host is localhost, port is 5432, username is eStation, password again Mesa admin, which is similar to the login of the administrator, and database name is eStation DB. So everything in small letter. So you could just go to the System tab, copy this information, and then give it here in order to run it. So once you gave all this information, you could click on OK, and you could store the password if it is necessary. And once you save the password in the left panel under the server group servers, you will find the localhost. Here, okay, I did two additions, so you see 2 localhosts. But in your case, if you are doing it for the first time, you will see only 1 server login, and you see the database, and of course the Postgres, eStation DB, Bucado. So maybe just to explain you quickly, Bucado is a database sync which is running the service running between PC2 and PC3. So if you do some modification in the PC2, automatically it is also done directly in the PC3. So it is updated. The database, there is a sync between the database, which I explained during explaining the explanation of the system settings. So this Bucado helps in doing the database sync between PC2 and PC3. And eStation DB, the database eStation DB is the core component of the eStation software. Whatever I showed you, all the services. And yeah. So under the analysis, you will see a list of tables which correspond to the analysis tab in the PC3, and of course the users and the roles. So this is something, it is good that the administrator knows it, because the analysis tab in some cases, if the user made some more error with the username and the password, if they forgot the password, I guess all this information are given under the user. Because there is no direct way to change the password from the analysis tool, so you could either help the user if you have some difficulties. So this is the only usage, because also in the past we have seen that generally the administrator doesn't really go enter in the database to do some checks. So it is always all the functionalities are available from the user interface of the eStation. So you don't need to enter in detail to check any of these things unless you have a guidance from the experts of the eStation, unless they mention you to check something. Mostly it will be either of us, myself or Urian, or from our team in case of any troubleshooting work. So this is how you configure, and I hope you could also configure these things. Okay, this is more details, but I'm not going in detail because
I think it's just important to show how they can enter the database and not really the details of the database itself, because they will never really
do that. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Touch the database.
Okay. Okay, good. So this is about the Postgres database configuring within the PG admin, and yeah, I hope you could follow it also from the video. You could follow in case of that. And then yeah, moving on to the next part, which is the Mesa station as well. these are some of the functionality I'm going to show you again from. Oops. Let me, okay, I open it in a different browser. Excuse me. Some other important tools available within the Mesa Station software, just for your understanding. So there is the disk utility, then the terminal command line tool. So you could, just to give a general idea about the CentOS, because I know that some of the system administrator don't have experience working with CentOS. So this is just to give you a brief introduction. So you could follow the video in case of any difficulties, because when during the troubleshooting, we ask you to open the terminal, sometimes the file browser. Of course, we understand that not everyone are aware of the CentOS 6.6. So you could follow this video if you have some doubts. So these are the basic software we use it during the troubleshooting. So the FileZilla, FileZilla can be useful, because when we sometimes ask you to connect to our SFTP server to download the ISO or download some updates, or also to connect the data archives. So this tool will be useful. So I also show you the credential which is available under the introduction presentation, available within the DLP. So in the last slide, I guess you have the credentials of our SFTP server. You can log in, and then in case of to do the data completeness, because some of the Mesa Station users like ICPAC, they already familiar. They generally, if they have some difficulties in filling their data completeness, they automatically go to our server, and then they know also the location where they could download the data, and then of course fill the gaps. And also some historical archives can be accessed here. So this is, of course, it is useful to have the FileZilla in your machine, so that whenever we ask you to connect to our SFTP or something, you can make use of the software. And just give the host username, password, and then quick connect. It automatically connects, and then from there we ask you to check for the needed things, either downloading the updates or downloading the data sets or any other important things. So this is about the basic CentOS tools and the Mesa Station configuration. So this is something which is also explained in the morning in brief. So we have the 3 PCs, and which has a specific IP by default, which also Simona explained in detail. So each of the PC by default has a specific IP, as what you see in the presentation. So this is the default IP of each of this PC, and also we have the specific IP to the UPS, which is the same, which is the last three numbers are 154. So these are the configuration connected to the LAN switch. By default, you should have a TP-Link switch, which has an 8-port. So all these Mesa Station as a whole, that is PC1, PC2, PC3, and the UPS are connected to this switch in your office. So this is the general LAN configuration. And it is, of course, it is connected by the cable, so it can communicate with each other. So also it's good to note that the configuration is good. So you can, From the dashboard, you will see if everything is connected with each other from the dashboard already, as I shown you before. So in case of changing the IP, this is the video which I can play in order to show you. Okay, this browser doesn't work. Okay. So in case of, if you want to change the IPs from the default IP to your own IP, I guess this is the procedure. So in the PC3, you have to go to the PC3, log in as a root, which is username is root and the password is root. So you have to log. I guess this was one of the question I guess asked before. So you will see it has to be done from the PC3. So make sure that you enter in the PC3 and log in as a root. Increase the quality. Yeah, I guess. Okay. Okay. First, before changing the IP, check if what I explained before is the default configuration. So 192.168.0.151 is a Mesa PC1, and 152 is a Mesa PC2, and 153 is a PC3, and 154 is the UPS. So make sure you have the default configuration before changing, so you can make use of for more, etc. etc/host, so that you find the default configuration. And once you check it, make sure you check the status if all these things are interconnected. So you can ping with each other. Okay, from PC3 you can just check with a ping USB UPS, sorry, PC3 PC2 if it is reachable. So make sure that if all the PCs are reachable, PC1, PC2, PC3, and the UPS are reachable, then the important point to change the IP is here. So go to the system. So in the Mesa Puma, then the IP configuration and IP change. So this option is available only if you're logged in as a root. So again, I repeat that you have to log in the Mesa station PC3 and check if you have the default configuration, and also check if PC1, PC2, PC3, and UPS are reachable with each other, and then click on the IP change. And once you click on the IP change address, you will see the default address assigned to each of the Mesa station. So once you see the Mesa, the default address, now you can go change or whatever you want to change according to your network. So you give a specific IP for that, and then click on run, and then give the root password, and then you will see the IPs are changing. So yeah, okay, this is just an example. So we try to run it, and you see that, yeah, it will change all the IPs. So this is how you can change your IPs from the default one to your network IPs. So after you change, again, you can check from the etc/host, and you will see that it has been changed. So the IPs change from 192 to 191. Okay, just for example, of course, make sure this is done by the system administrator and also who is expert in networking. So make sure your network is correct, and then do this procedure. Again, once you've done this, you just try to reach other PCs. So now we are in the PC3, so we are trying to reach to the PC1, PC2, and UPS using the ping, and you return back the response. So if this is done, the procedure is correct. So that is about the change in IP. So this is how you could change the IPs. You could follow the video. The video tutorials are very helpful because you can pass it step by step before you do that. So we recommend you to follow these videos before you do any operation. Okay, so moving on to the next part, that is the UPS, which is also generally which needs a lot of understanding because it's very common to have some error with the UPS, and also we have already some questions regarding the UPS things. So we will see about the UPS, and of course now we are going to see just the general introduction about the UPS, and in day 3 during the diagnostic and troubleshooting, we will also see how you can replace the battery, how to configure the IPs of the UPS, or if your IPs are lost for the UPS. All these things are dealt in the day 3 in the troubleshooting. So now I just explain you the basic overview, that is how does your UPS look. So if you're close to the Mesa station, you could also follow and look at the UPS. Generally on the UPS, you will see the panel, the start button, and the display, which is which is marked in the number 6. It is a display where you see some information, whether it is connected, it's backed up, or whatever it appears if it is switched on. And then some other buttons to navigate and enter to see from the display. So the first option is the online LED, which says whether it is working fine or not. And then number two is actually the button to switch on and switch off the UPS. And the third button, okay, the second button, which is numbered as 3, is this, which gives you the status of the battery, which is if it is on or off, if it is working in the battery or not. So it is again a LED light, which gives the display. And number 4, the button number, okay, is this particular button with a LED light, which gives you a warning if there is a fault. And okay, if it is blinking, it means that if there is a fault in your UPS, especially the side wiring fault. And the next LED is about, which gives the status of the battery, whether you have to replace the battery or not. So if this LED is blinking, it means that you have to replace the battery, and then the battery, of course, it is not usable. So in this way, you can check if the UPS is working fine. So first, the general LED, which checks if it is on or off. And the next one is to see if it is working fine, the battery, if it is working on the battery. And the third and the fourth, that is actually to give the information if it is faulty or not. So in specific, mostly if you have to replace your battery after a couple of years, it gives the LED over here, it keeps blinking, which means you have to replace the battery. So this is all about the UPS. And of course, if you want to change some other configuration, of course, you have to enter here in the menu and then follow the list of procedure and then change whatever you want to do. So the UPS manual is also available within the help. Okay, it is available within the DLP. Also, I can share with you in the list of documents. You will see in the presentation, in the introductory presentation. Yeah, we have given the link for the online documentation of the APC. So by default, all the Mesa stations are provided with the APC UPS, and the manual is also given in the link. I guess if you have the access to the DLP, you will be able to see this one, the complete configuration and all these things. So of course, we will also describe about the details of the UPS in the troubleshooting if there is some fault or something. So for now, it is just the introduction. So the Mesa station are configured in such a way with respect to the UPS in 3 different groups. So it is not a random way you could connect the PCs in the UPS. There is a strict procedure which has to be followed. So this is again an important thing to keep in mind if you are replacing, if you are moving your Mesa station. So that be careful that you follow the procedure what is mentioned in the slide to plug in the PCs to the proper group. So for example, so the group 1, so in your PC, behind your PC, you will see there are 3 groups. That is group 1, group 2, group 3. So in the group 2, group 1, there is 2 plugs. Group 2, again 2 plugs. And group 3, there are 4 plugs. So make sure that in the group 1, you plug the PC2 display and PC2 CPU. Whereas in the group 2, you plug in the PC3 CPU and PC3 display. So over here. And also in the group 3, you have to plug in the PC1 CPU, PC1 display, and Ethernet switch, and the one is extra. So why you have to do in such a way? Because in case of power failure, which is also, I believe it is common in most of the regions in Africa. So after 240 seconds, automatically in the PC connected to the group 1 is shut down automatically. This is the instruction given from the UPS to the PC to shut it down. So after 240 seconds, automatically the PC2 is shut down. So starting from the 240 seconds, another plus 300 seconds, the group 2 PC and the display is shut down. So this is in order to keep the PC safe, and then so that it is done. It does a safe shutdown. And also I explain you why. Because the PC3, which is kept even for a longer period till the battery lost, because a PC1 and the Ethernet switch is the important component, because the PC1 constantly receives the data from the UMAT cache. So in case of power failure for 1 hour, you are going to lose your 1 hour requested data. Acquired data for 1 hour is going to be lost. So that is why it is put in a group 3 where the PC is active until the battery is fully drained. So because the PC2 functionality and PC3 functionality can be reused in the later stage. So if the PC2 and PC3 is not working for 1 hour, the procedure can be repeated after you switch on, in order to do the processing of acquisition or from the internet or from the processing. All these things can be done also later. Whereas the PC1 is a very important part where the acquisition from the UMAT cache cannot be redone. So it is necessary to make sure that you connect the PC1 CPU and the PC1 display and the Ethernet switch to the group 3, so that it is kept alive till the battery dies. So this is an important point to be noted down during the change of shifting the Mesa station from one room to another, or whatever you want to do. Make sure that you follow the same guidelines. So coming to the last part of today's presentation is the recovery mode. So far, what we saw on the PC2, PC3, all the functionalities, how it is running in the nominal mode. That PC2 take care of the processing, PC3 take care of the mostly PC3 takes care of the analysis, only mostly suited for the thematic expert to work on it. But during the recovery mode, so what is recovery mode is if there is a failure of one of the PC, in case of PC3 or PC2 or PC1, how you have to configure the Mesa station so that it can work to compensate the broken PC. So each of, as I mentioned already, PC2 and PC3 hardware are redundant, and they share the common functionalities. So if any one of the PC is broken, it is completely fine that you just need to configure the working PC to take over the broken PC. So for example, if a PC2 is broken, so before going to the configuration, just to explain again what are the things done between a PC2 and PC3. So you see the data sync, that is the / data processing, is constantly synced between PC2 to PC3. So there is a redundant of data between PC2 and PC3. And the database as the same. There is a two-way control that it can, if any modification in the database is reflected from each of the PC to one another. So make sure in case of the products, it is from PC2 to PC3. In case of the analysis schema, it is from PC3 to PC2. So this sync is done automatically. So of course you don't need to really do any of the manual sync of the database. Also in the same case of the data, you don't need to do any manual sync because it is automatically done. So in case of the nominal mode, these are the functionalities which are working in the PC2. So the acquisition service to download the data from the internet or from the InventCast, it is active in the PC2 but not in the PC3. And the ingestion service, that is basically the pre-processing service, which is also active in the PC2 but not active in the PC3 in the nominal mode. And the processing service is the same as the ingestion and get service, that is active in PC2 but not in PC3 in the nominal mode. But the visualization of the data, that is the analysis tab, what I showed you before, it is active only in the PC3 but not in the PC2 during the nominal mode. So under the data sync and then the data DB sync is in the same way how I explained before. This is the configuration of a nominal mode. When you see from the data in the dashboard, you will see if your Mesa station is in the nominal mode or in the recovery mode. So in the nominal mode, these are the configuration. Whereas in the recovery mode, for example, if PC3 is broken, this is the assumption, but it is applicable also if PC2 is broken, whatever you see in the PC2 applicable to the PC3. So if, for example, in the recovery mode, the PC3 is not working because of some issue, so you have to configure PC2 to put the PC2 in the recovery mode. So this one, the procedure to put the PC2 in the recovery mode is going to be explained tomorrow. But for now, I just explain you how the services are taken from the PC3. So since the PC3 is not working, the visualization is also done in the PC2. So same like what I showed in our reference mission. You see that our reference mission is in the recovery mode. So you could see also the acquisition, processing, data management, and also the analysis tab, where you could visualize the data. Everything is done in the same mission, because our reference mission is in the recovery mode. Whereas in case of nominal mode, you don't see the analysis tab, so you see only in the PC3. So since it is in the recovery mode, also this information is given in the system setting. So you see all these functionality. So we replicate some of the functionality that our PC3 is broken and PC2 is working as in the recovery mode. So you see all these functionality. So that is exactly the same thing what you see in this slide. So during the recovery mode, you can do the same. And the procedure to do to put the PC2 in the recovery mode is going to be explained tomorrow. And for now, yeah, this is the configuration. And exactly in the same case, if PC2 is broken, the PC3 takes up all this functionality in the vice versa way. So it is the same thing. And okay, there is also a slide to explain about the PC3. And what if PC1 is broken? So as we saw about PC2 and PC3, we have a similar situation which can happen to the PC1, which is more important part of the Mesa station to acquire the data from the UMATcast. So if PC1 is broken, what can happen is you can put the configuration of PC1 in the PC2. So you can put the PC2 in the recovery mode and say that PC1 is broken. So that the functionality of PC1 is taken over in the PC2. So this functionality of taking over PC1 can be done only by the PC2. So PC3 doesn't have the functionality to take over PC1 because there is no DVB card or the external to connect with the external antenna. So PC3 can never be put in a recovery mode to take over PC1, but PC2 has a functionality to do the same. The only thing what you have to do is you disconnect the EKU card, EKU USB key from the PC1 and then connect it here in the PC2, and also you unscrew the DVB cable and connect it to the PC2 and then put it in the recovery mode so that PC2 can work like a PC1 in case of failure of PC1. So this is about the recovery mode of PC1 and PC2. And again, PC2 and PC3, I already explained that if your PC2 is broken, then PC3 can start working both as PC3 and PC2. In the same case, vice versa. So once everything is put in the recovery mode, make sure once you fix the problem in any of the PC, you have to revert it back. So reverting is actually exiting the recovery mode. We call it as exiting the recovery mode or to exit the failover mode. So again, this configuration is explained to you tomorrow when we do the installation. So we start with putting one of the PC in the recovery mode and then install the software, install the Mesa station completely in the broken PC where there is the issue. And then again, we exit the recovery mode and put it fallback and then make it to work in the nominal way. So that one we are going to see tomorrow. So this is all about the recovery mode. So if you have any questions, feel free, and I can also, and in the meanwhile, I guess you could also fill the survey, which I also explained in the morning. I can also repeat it again. And before that, yeah, maybe we could take some questions if you have. I see there are a couple of questions. Okay, I will also put the exercise in the meantime so you could follow. I'm copying it in the slide in the chat so that you can follow it. And also let me go through the questions. Any doubts so far regarding the PC2, PC3, then the UPS? Of course, it is the general introduction, what I gave so far. Of course, in the upcoming days, we are going to see in detail about it. So I copied the survey, so you can start the survey to understand the list of things. And also, okay, I can go through. Julian, I see that you were helping them, so.
Yeah, most of them, they were not listed on the Google Classroom, so they could not download the material.
Okay, because I was asking them about the DLP platform because that is why. Well, okay, I can also give them the class code. I guess we could copy it, and I guess
yeah, but they could not download really the material. So I added them to the course, to the training.
Okay, because I guess I gave the classroom. You could also go there, and then okay. I guess it's fine. Let me go through the questions.
Yes, there's one question
Kevin.
here. Please, can you state clearly the function of LNB in relation to DVB, sorry.
Yeah, I'm just typing, but okay, I think it's coming in a chunks because people are putting.
Simon, I guess you can explain here. I guess I'll give the floor to. You can explain it here if you want.
Okay, thank you. So you know the LNB, it is this device mounted on the antenna. So what's happened? Antenna is collecting, the dish is collecting the entire signal from the satellite, which in your case, it is for the Imagecast Africa, it is Eutelsat 8 West. So let's say antenna is correct pointed and okay. And then the LNB is collecting all this signal from the antenna. Yeah. Not antenna is sending directly the signal received to the DVB. The LNB is collecting this signal and is converting to a low frequency because at a low frequency, it is much easier to send the signal via coaxial cable to the DVB receiver. So it's converting from the, from the C-band frequency, which is between 3.4 and 4.2 gigahertz to 950 until 1,750 megahertz. So it's converting in this, and then it's going via this cable, which you see, which is connected to the DVB receiver, which you see, and DVB receiver is receiving the data. You must know the LNB must be power on because he cannot send the data if it is not power on. So the DVB card, what is doing, in fact, and there are end users who are saying, I do not receive data, and because the DVB card could be, for example, half broken. What means half broken? It is able to receive the data, but is not able to power on the LNB. So cannot power on the LNB. Think about on this coaxial cable, there are two things. DVB is power on the LNB, and the LNB is sending data. Is like this. So if the DVB card is not power on the LNB cannot send anything. That is a functionality. I don't know if it's clear. You can see that it's not so. I mean, you need tools to see that. Yeah, you need tools and to see if the LNB is working correctly also, and also you can, because we will see on the day 3, for example, how to check if DVB card is working, in fact, because it is very strange. For example, I mean, it's happened something very bad in your machine, PC1 and PC2, because PC1 and PC2 have inside DVB card, so cannot be broken both of them. At the same time, only if it is, I don't know, you know, by sure happens something in your station or something like that. I mean, I don't know, something is burst, something like that. But if one DVB card cannot power on the LNB, then you can split the signal, for example, and you send the signal to one DVB card. You send the cable, one cable to the DVB card on PC1 and to the DVB card on PC2, for example. And one of the good DVB card will power on the LNB, and the other one will receive. So in that case, you can use also, let's say, DVB half broken, because he's able to receive the data, but he's not able to receive to power on the LNB. I can make a chart or something. I can I don't know. I can draw such things to be much more clear for you. And this is a LNB for the LNB. This is functionality. So it's collect the signal from the antenna. You see, it is in the middle. You see, it is on top, but it's on the middle. So it's collect the signal from the antenna, and the antenna is collecting the signal from the Eutelsat 8 West, and then LNB is converting to a low frequency, which is much easier to send via coaxial cable to the DVB receiver. And let's say your DVB receiver is okay. I mean, it's power on the LNB and it's able to receive the data. So this is the data flow between, let's say, antenna, LNB, cable, and DVB card inside of the machine.
Okay, thanks, Simona. I guess it's clear, and I guess they can respond to you if they have some doubts too. Yeah, I just go through some of the questions. I guess some of them were already answered by Julian. And regarding the water product, you're asking about the frequency, right? Frequency of the water product.
I think Mr. Kevin asked about the GRC product, but I think Julian answered to him.
Okay. Okay.
This is my feeling.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I do all of them, I think. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Any other question? Because maybe, okay, regarding accessing the material, maybe you could, I already copied the Google Classroom link, because if you have some difficulties to log into the DLP platform, that is something which is proposed, but you know that in case of any difficulties, I guess we can make use of the Google Classroom, which I also sent the link. You could just click on it and then enroll yourself in there. Another possible way is, yeah, definitely I see one question that if we can share the presentation at the end of the courses. Of course, we can do that. At the end of the course, we share all the presentation and materials with you. But also, it is good if you can do it in the DLP, because also there is access. Or another thing is the Classroom, Google Classroom. This is the class code, so you just enter, if whomever is aware of the Google Classroom, I guess you can just enter this ID in order to log in to this classroom, and then you can access all the materials. I guess you should be able to download the materials also, but okay, we can check. So another thing I would like to inform is, of course, the YouTube playlist. This is something also available in the introduction slide, where you find the link of all the videos, whatever which has been discussed so far, and also for other things for the future upcoming days presentation. All the things are given in this playlist. Of course, if you can follow the link of our channel, it is yeah, the eStation. The name of the channel is the eStation 2.0 Joint Research Center, and you can check all the videos. And of course, in the video specifically, you will find with respect to each of the session, like whatever we discussed today is very specific on the Mesa station status, file system, changing IPs, and all these things. I can also share you the link. So I also shared the YouTube link to everyone, and also the materials. So I hope everyone is able to access it. If it is, yeah, if you have still some doubts, yeah, feel free. Anybody finding it difficulties to do the exercise? Of course, for the people who are still who have the access to the Mesa station and to follow the exercise, we started with the PC2, PC3. I can also go through. I can go through the list of survey questions, and I guess you can simultaneously answer them. So, what are the services active on the PC2? So we ask you to check what are the services active on the PC2 looking at the dashboard. So for example, in theory, everything should be active in your Mesa station. So what you could do is you can go to PC2, okay, the slides. Let me try to go to the slides. Okay, yeah. So once you're here in the dashboard from the PC2, just open in the browser localhost, and you see the column PC2 in the middle. If you are accessing it from the PC2, you will see the UMatcast, Internet Ingestion Processing System. Everything is in green. So if it is in green, it means that these services are active. So that is also about the question, because in nominal mode and also in reality, you should be able to see all these services in green. So if there is some error, I guess you may not see it. So you just give the answer if which are the services active in your case. So the next thing is in the dashboard of PC2 again, if you can reach all the PCs, that means if you can, let me explain you again. So you see from the dashboard of the PC2, logging in from the browser localhost, you will see there is arrow mark to PC3. This is the PC3 and this is the PC2. So and there is arrow mark you see on both directions. So this means that PC2 is connected to PC3 and PC1 in case of the green color. So if your PC1 is broken or some defect, or if your Ethernet is not working properly, if the switch is not in a good shape, you will see this in the red color. So this is another question we framed it in order to understand if these two arrow marks are green in your dashboard from the PC2. So that is what you have to answer. If it is yes, if you see both the both the arrow marks are in green, then just put yes. Otherwise, you put no, so that we understand that it is one of it is not working, or both of them it is not reachable. So that is all about that question. And then the next one is, are you able to do the product visualization on PC3? So for this, you have to go to the PC3, and once you go to the PC3, I guess I will show you from here. This is the PC, our reference machine, our production server. So you don't need to log in, but yeah, if you want, you can also log in and go to the analysis tab and click on the new map and go to the product and any one of the product. For example, modis for par, click on the map set, and then just open 10-day FAPA. So when you click on this, you will see some random map. Of course, you may not see the whole Africa because depending on the theme assigned to your region, you might see for your specific region. So you could also put some layers of Africa so that you have a vector. Yeah, okay, what you see here. So it shows you that this is a complete boundary of Africa, and then whether you're able to see the products in the PC3. So this is about this question on visualizing the products in the PC3. So maybe again I repeat, so you have to go to the PC3, open the localhost, in your case it's localhost, and then you see the analysis tab. And without logging in also you will see the new map. So open the new map and click on the products and click on the oceanography. Then any of the product which you can see, just click on select the maps that are available on your analysis tab, and then any one of the product, and then assign one of the color scheme and then add it to the map. So in this way you will see at least one of the product. And yeah, okay, if you see this, it's already good enough. You don't need to load any other data set to check, but yeah, randomly any one of the product, if it is working fine, yeah, you just put it as yes. Okay, here I'm just putting because I see everything in green in my case. And then another one, find one of the following folder which is not part of the eStation 2 file system. So this one, yeah, let's say it is kind of a quiz. We would like to know if you understood the concept, while I explain about the file system. So you can go into the Mesa station from the file directory. I guess if you open the command line or from the file browser, you can check if which of the folder is not available. So you can check what /temp station is available, /data, /var, /estation, or var Apache. So if you don't find any one of this folder, just select that one. So I will also cross-check from the file directory presentation so that I could also show you. Okay, these are the general file system which the system administrator should be aware of. So of course, var www/estation2 is a base directory, then /temp/estation2 is a temporary directory, and /estation is the local file directory. And of course, /data is the data directory. So if you, of course, yeah, just check on your system so that yeah, you will be also aware of how to check the file systems. You can check from the command line if you are familiar, or you can use the file browser to do that. And yeah, just put the survey. Of course, this is the correct answer. So this is about the eStation. Some of this survey, we would like to know about the PC2, PC3 status on your mission. So once this is done, you can go to the next session. That is a Mesa station as a whole. That is a topic of it. And then yeah, check where you able to access the following components. So file browser, terminal, pgadmin, and changing IP address from CentOS. So yeah, check if you are able to access the file browser, terminal, pgadmin, and of course the change of IP from the CentOS menu. Of course, the file browser, this one I explained in one of the slides. And yeah, just from your Mesa station, just go to the application, and then in the utilities, you will see the file browser, and then the terminal, and the pgadmin also from the programming. And then, of course, changing IP address, you have to log in as a root and go in the system, and then Mesa station, then change of IP. So you could follow, of course, this slide. I also copied in the chat. This one, you can follow this video and then navigate to each of these software, that is pgadmin terminal, and then access it. And then for changing IP, this is the video you could follow in order to just check if you can see the login of after logging as root, whether you are able to follow how to proceed to this location on changing the IPs from the menu. If you can access all of this, yeah, please select. If you cannot follow, then yeah, we would like to understand also if our contents are clear. Otherwise, yeah, we would little bit reorganize our contents. So that is how it helps us. Then have you changed the station IP using the GUI, which I was explaining from this slide? So have you tried to change the IP for the desired network? I mean, for your local network, have you ever changed? So if you change, are you sure you followed this procedure, what I explained? So that is the question about. If you did in the past, say yes. If you never changed, just select no. And that is done for this one. Is it fine? You can, if this is fine, you can go to the next session. It is about the UPS. Of course, some people had some questions on the UPS. So is it fine that is your UPS working and the PCs are connected to it? So check when I explained about the UPS whether this particular configuration is followed, because that is the important part of the Mesa station, that the UPS should be configured in such a way that the PCs are connected in this particular configuration. So PC2 in the group 1, PC3 in the group 2, and then PC1 and the Ethernet switch, that is the LAN Ethernet connected in the PC3. So if it is active, it is working, yeah, click on yes. And also check, yeah, how often does the UPS intervene? That is, there is a power cut. So if there is a frequent power cut, if it is almost every day, just click on every day. Every week at least once, then click on every week. For at least once in every month, then yeah, this option, and then yeah, randomly there are very few times, then put on this option. And if you have a backup in your Mesa station, and if you're sure that you never going to have a power cut, then you just select never. So this is also something we would like to understand, because this is important to understand how complete is your data set. Because generally, if you have a frequent power cuts, of course, you are not going to have a complete data sets like what you see in our system. So just to understand, please, yeah, select this option. And of course, moving on to the next session from the UPS is the recovery mode. So this is a kind of a quiz we created in order to understand if you understood the concept, what has been presented. So which answers are correct? Select all 2 statements. And the first one is if the Mesa station can fully work even if two PCs are broken. Just go through the presentation and then check out this one if it is correct or not. And the next one, if PC1 is broken, if PC2 can take over the reception duties. If it is 2, just select this one. And if PC3 is broken, and PC2 can do both processing and visualization. If it is 2, just select this. Of course, you can select a multiple option because there can be more than one correct answer. And if PC1 is broken, you have to move the RF cable from the antenna and plug it to the PC2. Yeah, this is again, if it is 2, just select this one. And then if PC2 is broken, you can activate station visualization on PC1. If it is 2, select this one. So this one is just for us to understand if our contents are clear, so you can follow the slides. Of course, it was presented. So hardware redundant. Okay, this one. Okay, from this slide also you can understand if you would have noted. Also, yeah, okay, from this you will almost get the answer for all these things what has been presented. Okay. Just select whatever you understood. And if you add a fully reinstalled PC, how will you have the Earth observation data there? So this is another question. So if you ever face this problem, yeah, just try to recollect on what you have did in the past. So you will need to reinstall the archives from the external disk. You will have to copy manually them from the PC3 or select the data, copy it from PC3 while exiting the recovery mode. The data are automatically copied from the PC3. So let us know if you understand this concept. So basically, this one is also more on tomorrow's presentation, what we are going to detail, but okay, just to know if you understand this topic. Is it clear? If this, so yeah, once you're done, I guess you can submit it so that, yeah, so only the part on the PC1. So I guess if you don't have the Mesa station working, you can skip those answers, and then for other things, I guess if you know the details of other things, I guess you can always do this survey, because it's not necessary that your Mesa station should completely work, but okay, if you don't have the Mesa station, it is fine, you don't need to fill this form, but at least if only if PC1 is broken, okay, just you could avoid this part and then fill the other presentations, other questions, because it is more or less like a quiz apart from the presentation. So if it is clear, yeah, let me know. And also if you have some doubts, maybe I can go through the contents from the chat if there is any question. Any questions?
Sorry, it is somebody.
Yeah.
I see somebody asking about MODI social color data or something like that. I know this from our monitoring, and on our side it's okay. I saw also it was sent to Yurian, but I saw also everything is stick also on UMATcast and internet. Okay, so the end user should receive via UMATcast. So there are two questions. Either the two possible issue. Either the UMATcast is not working properly, either the end user is not didn't subscribe to the station, to the product.
You are referring to the question of Yazin?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is, I want to check if, just I want to give you
I think that we will go through all the acquisition in the next sessions. So,
No, the acquisition, you mean, because for the Yasin, she asked if how we can connect the stations to the internet always, the internet connections. Is that a question?
She actually checked the log files in PC2 and she received the real-time oceanographic data, but she cannot visualize them in PC3. So I asked her to check in the acquisition tab if it is ingested.
Okay. Okay, maybe I can show.
Yeah, nothing is ingested. So I think that we better handle this problem in the next sessions.
Okay.
No?
Okay. Yeah, in the troubleshooting and diagnostic, maybe we could do this part.
So the acquisition is not explained further?
No, I guess we are not going in details since it's also maintenance, mostly on the maintenance. But okay, we can also explain now. So because we still have time. Okay, in reality, according to the agenda.
So let her check because I think that most of them are coming from Unitcast to check the log files. Everything is coming in. And
okay.
Log files of the ingestion.
Log files of the ingestion. Okay, yeah. So I guess you could also see my screen that they should see something like this if the data is being processed on the station. Are they following, or I explain maybe from the starting, or
Yep.
Maybe Yasmin can turn on her mic so she can explain better.
Yeah. Just a second. So Marco, I'm back. Sorry for not being present most of the time. I understand that you, Vijay, you completed the presentation of the program, and also you guided a bit through the exercises and the survey.
Yeah.
Exactly. I see that really a little number of people are filling the survey. I think only 3-4. Well, I think it's important not only for the people having issues on the system, but also for everyone to go through it. And as Vijay said, not only to provide the status of the system, because we understand in some cases you cannot access the station, but also to answer these quizzes, say, on the on some question in order to reinforce a bit your understanding of the station. Now, what I propose is what was now meant to be this final time until 5 hour time, so more or less another half an hour, is to look at some specific cases. So some issues you might have in order to guide you. And in order not to be too confused in that, just take one by one the cases. I saw that some exchanges happen in the chat. So maybe we take one of them and we address, and the other people, they can indeed remain in order to see the issues. So which one is the one we pick up as first? Who is the people who is proposing the issue? Julian, who's the person proposing the issue?
Yazin.
Yes.
Yeah. Yazin, you there to present your case?
She says yes in the chat. Can you maybe turn on your mic?
Yes. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hi, Yazin.
Hi.
Hi. So our issue is related to the visualization of data. So in PC2, when we check the log file, I see that Pc2 is I see that we received the oceanographic data from PC1. So we can't visualize this data in PC3. And when I checked the log file in the dashboard, I found nothing.
Yes, you sent also a screenshot of the acquisition tab, and there you see that nothing has been injected yet.
Okay,
so,
okay.
But you have everything turned on, so all the services are turned on.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the completeness is still not done, so nothing is injected. And for that, yeah, you should check the log files here of the Unitcast and Internet service if they are working fine.
Okay.
Also, the log file of the ingest service. Correct me if I'm wrong, DJ.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess it's fine. So I guess, Yasin, I guess you can go through the presentation on the initial part, what has been discussed this morning. I guess it is a good to start with that session. Maybe I go to show you also. Okay, exactly. So first to check if the telecast, the DVB, if it is working, so you can follow this video to check what you did. You also fill the survey. Maybe it is already, if you fill the survey, we could check what you got as a result in the PC1, so that we could check if everything is fine in terms of the signal, if your DVB status, if it is working fine or not, and then the telecast, what you see from the user interface. So everything was already in the exercise. Did you already fill it so that I can check your response? Maybe. Let me check it. But...
Sorry, I have a question for the GRC team. Could you give me the regular expression which are used for the MODIS ocean color data? Because then I can grab them, and they must be there. They must be, if he receives the data, they must be on the space yes from telecast for his station. If it's not there, then on the PC1. If it's not there, then it is a problem either with the reception or, okay.
I sent you the regular expression, but okay, I guess we are receiving it till there. So
I can type again. Let's see. I just checked just to make something wrong. Again. No, it's not. This is not. It's not good. Let's say.
Simona, are you looking at the log files of telecast?
Yeah. If he can check his machine, Marco. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He can check his machine. I need to know how is called the data. MODIS, yeah, MODIS something, and he can send to us. So, okay, you can type this, for example, Yasini, ls, you can go to PC1 in space EFTS from telecast for, I think, is station. Yeah, I think it's this. And then you type ls-cell start MODIS or something like that. I'm not sure if it is MODIS for everybody because they change the file. Do you have this? So if you don't have this, either you are not subscribed to the UO portal and you do not receive them, sorry, it is for Capital East Station. This is the path. I don't know.
Okay, Yasin, I guess you could follow what Simona
If you go to the Mesa
typed.
one, yeah.
So you could follow what Simona typed in the chat. So you can go to the PC1, then from the command line, you can type, you can go to the folder space, EFTS from telecast /4E station, and then go to check you have the modis data. So ls -l and then star modis and star.
I'm not sure if it is only, okay. Because it's changed the file name. Yeah.
Yeah, for the SST it is changed, but not for the other products. The ocean color, I guess it remains the same. But in any case,
I think it's much better look, Yasini, if you type this, because you can capture all of them. ls l3m star, oh sorry, l3m small star. And can you send to us what you got it there? You should have every day a file for every day.
yeah, okay. Yeah, L3M should be better because modis is applicable only for the SST, but okay. And maybe I would, in the meantime, I will address some of the questions to other questions, or we wait for him.
Yeah, well, there is one question from Kaste about the internet connection. Why it wasn't recommended to install the internet connection from the beginning.
Let me go through because I still don't understand. Oh, so this one, why wasn't it recommended that we install the internet from the beginning? I guess it is a continuation of the question. What he asked if. Okay, first of all, I guess
to connect to the internet. Yeah, of course, when you have products activated that are coming only from the internet and not from Unitcast, you should have an internet connection. And the procedure to do so will be handled tomorrow on the classroom section 1.4. Where you will change the IPs. And
changing IP, yeah.
There is a written, to answer your question, if there is a written procedure to connect the station to the internet. There is actually, it is under the help tab. There is, if you maybe can show the help tab.
Yeah.
In the administration manual, to change the IPs.
Okay, change the IPs.
Maybe it's in the installation manual then?
I don't think, yeah, let's see. Television IP change, the network configuration. Yeah.
That's the one.
Yeah, but the IP is supposed to be here, but okay, we already explained them the change of IP, but I guess his question was also if it is necessary to do by default, and of course no. I guess you already answered that one. So
Yeah,
the change of IP, of course, it is needed only if they want to put change the default IPs in order to put it in their network to be discoverable within the network or some sort of this. things, but not really by default. So it is not necessary. But connecting to the internet, do we have some documents about them?
Yeah, that is
No.
in the installation manual under changing the network configuration.
Okay,
Change the IP addresses. This
okay.
yeah. So here in this procedure, which is in the installation manual, what you actually do is you put all the PCs under your network, your local network.
Yeah.
And so you should put the IP addresses of your local network.
Mm-hmm. And okay, for just changing the IP addresses, but maybe they have to retain the same configuration, right, of the PC1, PC2, PC3.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Maybe Marco has some more information about this.
Yeah.
Connecting the station to the LAN, well, is your system administration that has to allow the internet connection of the computers once they are part of a LAN. So indeed, this has been treated because you might have a firewall or might not. So for that point, you really need to discuss with your system administrator. So what this procedure you see here allow is changing all the IPs from the standard ones, 198 to 168, to the IPs of a sub-network of your institution. So it can be 10.192. whatever. Once they are there, then it's the sysadmin who has to allow them accessing the internet. You might also have a LAN without internet access, so it really depends on your infrastructure. The added value of this procedure through this menu is that with a single operation, you modify this IP in several configuration files, because it's not in the host etc host file, but in a number of files for rsync, for the database. There are, I think, 6-7 different locations where you should manually change that one, while this procedure it does at once very simply. So you just to indicate them correctly. So that's one point. The other point is, I think, why was not suggested in the beginning to do that. Well, during the installation, actually, the people there, you should suggest to do this as part of the installation, because as you have understood already today, there is a number of benefits of having the station connected to the internet, getting additional sources of data and being able to download the missing data in much faster and easier way than creating the request and sending offline as we were doing in the past. So that's also a point to consider. And I'm sorry if that was not done during the installation. Actually, should be suggested to do that as final part of the installation. My final question from Krusty. What are all the types of data we need to receive? That's really depend on your application. So I don't know if Vijay, you have shown data, but you have data sets under different categories: vegetation, rainfall, fire, oceanography, temperature, miscellaneous, and so on. So it really depends on the application. Yeah, also visible here. So you have some vegetation indicators, some precipitation, normally 10 days, but only daily, and everything. That really depends on the application you wanna implement on the station. So some cases, the customer, the user is dealing with agriculture, so is interested mainly in vegetation indicator, precipitation, fire maybe. Some other cases in fisheries, so completely different data sets. So it really depends on what you are looking at through the station. One question, because I see a question from Kevin. You know that we have an option of connecting to your computer once the computer obviously are connected to the internet in order to do remote intervention and some diagnostic. So I don't know if Vijay, you have already covered this part on the AnyDesk application that you might install on your computer.
No, I guess we could do. I just completed this part, so maybe we could follow that one. But before that, I see the person asking about PC3. So with the disk full, because we can also cover that one. Okay, of course, all their questions we have it in the diagnostic and troubleshooting. So maybe I start the AnyDesk part now itself, because I don't know if all the participants will.
Yeah, there's a final question from Akaste on the list of data. So it's really in this document, and Vijay, maybe you can go back to the page where you access this document from. So you go to the help page of the station, PC2 or PC3 is the same. You see there on the top part, user documentation, this product report. And then once you click on it, it opens the PDF, and there you have an indication of all the products that are in the station is able to retrieve and to treat this display and so on. Good. So Vijay, would demonstrate how to install the AnyDesk so that maybe we prepare also for the coming days and do maybe some interventions or demonstration on how we can operate on your machines.
Yeah, okay. So it is...
if they are connected to the internet. Then.
Yeah, indeed, it is worth to do this AnyDesk installation only if you are connected to the internet. Otherwise, doesn't help because we cannot reach there if you don't have an internet connection.
Yeah. So maybe we cover this part, and which is supposed to be for tomorrow, but since many people have the problem with the PC3 and something, so maybe if you can install of course follow the procedure what I'm doing now, I guess you could install the AnyDesk software which is available in your desktop, and so that you can install it, and if your Mesa station is connected to the internet, you will see a specific ID, you can pass it to us, and then so that we can do the check remotely in your Mesa station to identify the problems. Also, this session was meant to be for that particular thing. So I will start with this one so that you can install this particular AnyDesk software in your Mesa station, and make sure that you at least have version 2.2.0, or maybe this AnyDesk is also available from the update 2.1.2. Because if you are having a version which is much older, I don't think you will see this particular thing. So what you do is from the PC2 or from PC3, in case of the problem you have, or in case of problem with the PC3 for the disk full, maybe that person can do it in the PC3. And if you have a problem with PC2, I guess you could do in the PC2. And in the same case, if other people, they have the problem with PC1, you could follow the same procedure in that particular PC. So first of all, log in as admin user. Of course, by now we should have a password for that one, since we are already mentioning it about it from the beginning of the session. So log into the Mesa station as admin user. In the desktop, you will find this AnyDesk minus 2.9.5 RPM. So with this name. So I hope you will find, if you have a latest version of the update. So you will see it, and then just double click on it. So double click on it, and then it redirects you to install this packages. So just click on the install, and it asks you for the root password, and the root password is root. So 2 roots. So yeah, of course, this is the password. You can give the password and authenticate, and then it starts installing the package. So once it is done, if you're following, I give some time so that you could do that. Also, for anybody who want to intervene in your system to do some troubleshooting part, like some people had issues. I guess it's Yasin. I guess you can also do it in your PC1. I hope you will find this AnyDesk there, so you could install it, double click, put the root password. Once you install, I guess it just takes a fraction of a minute. So once it is done, you just go to the terminal command line and then type AnyDesk. So the spelling is ANYDESK. So you just type it and it automatically launches the application in your machine. So in this way you could launch this software. It is a remote desktop access software, so that we can access your system. If you, of course, once you install, you will see the application, something similar to this, what you see in the picture. And then of course it has a username for your particular ID. So once it is installed, you will have an ID. So this ID can be shared with us so that we can remotely connect your desktop in order to intervene. And then in case of any problem, like for PC3 disk full covering, I guess if you have already done, maybe you could share the password, the ID, so that we can connect, maybe to check with your system. You could send us privately also. Yeah. Is it fine if you could follow? I can repeat the procedure quickly if anybody is still waiting to do this. So in any of the Mesa station where you have issues, log in as admin user with a password that is Mesa admin. And in the desktop, you will see this RPM, which is named as AnyDesk minus 2.9.5, or probably it is going to be similar for most of you. And double click on it, and then it asks you to install and give the root password. The password is root and root. And once you install, you can go to the command line and then type AnyDesk, and it launches the application. So once this is done, I guess you will have an ID, so which can be shared with us, so that we can do some troubleshooting in your Mesa station.
Okay, thanks a lot, Vijay. So what I'm doing, I'm discussing with Kevin on the issue he has on PC3. I think Simona is taking care of another issue at CNTC. I don't know, and we discuss in private here because it's well, not to mix everything up with the others.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know if you and Vijay, you are about to assist some people directly. Because I propose to continue like that until we solve these issues, and I would say that that's the way we conclude. If there is no any other request or proposal, we conclude the session today. Yeah.
Yeah. So just to also quickly check the response from the survey, I guess we haven't received a lot of response. So yeah, maybe because your response will be useful for us to understand for the upcoming session. So I just again go through the survey. Yeah, we have received a couple of response, but yeah, still we are expecting more response so that we can have a better idea. You see that already I got some answers. So this is how you can answer, and only maybe the contact person I can maybe better explain. The contact person, I guess we expected the name, of course, but okay, it is fine. You can provide your name. It is much better. If you have two of you working in the same Mesa station, you can give both of your name, and of course other details, and then of course it's clear you are able to provide the identifier number, and this is how is good that yeah, okay, I see some stations not function, it's fine, and yeah, I see some people are able to give what is the signal to noise ratio, so this one helps us to understand. So also the person, I guess it's seeing who had the problem PC1, if we could also fill the survey, it will be useful for us to understand. That's fine. Other things are fine, I guess. Regarding the PC1, of course, we got some good response, and we see some of them the get internet is not working. Okay, most of the cases the PCs are reachable with each other. Okay, some people couldn't access pgadmin because it is under the application programming, then pgadmin 3. So okay, anyways, it's good. You tried it. Okay, of course, nobody changed the station IPs, of course. That is good, that is fine. UTS, okay. Okay, recovery mode, it's fine. Okay, it's good, and we are expecting some more replies. Of course, it is good if you can complete now, but also if you don't find the possibility, maybe if you are not close to the Mesa station, I guess you can try to complete the form, the survey before end of or before the beginning of tomorrow's session, so that we can discuss some of the results before we start the tomorrow's session. And also, I would like you to download some of the updates before we start tomorrow's session, because that is also to that is because it's needed for the afternoon session of tomorrow. You have to log in here to download the manual installation update. I maybe go through it now so that you can start downloading it and have it in your Mesa station before end of tomorrow's afternoon, so that we can do the manual installation of the update. which will solve the problem with LST, which was discussed also here this afternoon. Because I'm just wondering about the internet connection. That is why I wanted to foresee this event just immediately. So I can copy you the URL and the credentials, and also maybe I put on. Okay. So I gave you the credentials, and then I copy the folder which has to be downloaded, which is useful for tomorrow's activity. So I copied in the chat, I copied the server ID, username, password, and then the location where you have to go download this update, which is going to be tomorrow's afternoon session on manual update, which will solve the issue of the LST configuration, which you are facing now. So we insist everyone to download this and have it in the Mesa station before we conclude. And also maybe if already I see some participant left the meeting, but okay, I will again inform about this tomorrow morning. But in any case, before to conclude, Marco, do we have a new meeting link, or are we going to use the same meeting link? Because this one, since Meshach is not here, I couldn't understand. You have some info about
Let
that?
me see. I don't have info about that. I don't know if anyone from Africa Union Commission is there.
No.
Okay, so just let me double check calendar. Yeah, well, I have a meeting. So no, it's the same. It's the same meeting ID, and it's the same passcode also for tomorrow. Yeah, so we can safely reconvene here tomorrow at the same time. Same time, which is at 10 for CEST, meaning 8 a.m. for yeah, GMT.
Yeah, okay. Okay, for now I stop the recording, and we can of course disperse for today's session. Also